Hello, Internet. Welcome to CreativeLIVE, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This course is Producing EDM with Ableton Live, and our instructor is Cam Argon. My name is Susan Roderick. I'm going to be your host, along with Finn McKenty. Did I say that right?
You did say it
awesome.
right.
Perfect. And Finn is our content producer here at CreativeLIVE, and he's sitting in as a host today. We are on a first-name basis, so that's why I didn't know your last name.
Don't get carried away.
All right, I'll try to keep it cool. All right, everyone, this is our pre-show, so we're just making sure everything's running smoothly before we get started. I'd love to introduce you to our in-studio audience. We have 3 members who are here today to watch our course. So if you guys could grab the mic, and we'll start with David. Let's start with David. David, just tell everybody your name and where people can find you online and maybe why you're excited to be here today.
My name is David Whitlock, and I've just been noodling around on my iPad and using different apps like that, so I'm kind of interested in getting more into a digital audio workstation kind of solution. So I'm on Twitter at Danos, and that's it.
Hey, my name is Mike Villicetti. You can find me on Twitter at DJ Mikey Mars, also the same on SoundCloud. Just really interested in speeding up my workflow and making that a little bit more efficient in Ableton. So,
do you want us to call you by your real name or your rap name?
Let's go with the real one for today.
That works. Just wanted to make sure.
All right, we have one more student.
My name's Sam. On Twitter, it's Samuel Schuster. Just interested in learning some more from Cam about producing with Ableton. I do it at home and looking forward to learning something from him.
Very cool. All right, well, why don't we introduce Cam to everyone watching at home. Our instructor is basically also known as Big Chocolate, and I'd love to hear that story from you, Cam. He's a multi-platform music producer, performer. So, everybody, welcome Cam Argon. Yay! That was me, guys. That was me.
Thank you, guests and hosts. I'm Cam. Yeah.
Nice. Well, it's good to have you here, Cam. I really kind of want to hear, I know you and Finn have a relationship that goes back a few days, so I'd love to hear that story. I'm not sure which one of you would like to tell that. Maybe Finn, take it away.
Yeah, well, Cam and I have known each other for probably, 6 years or something now. Back when he was making moderately crappy death metal songs in his bedroom in his parents' house in Nevada.
Nice.
Good days.
Yeah,
Good times.
exactly. So I remember seeing him on YouTube and MySpace and stuff back then. And the thing that I thought was really cool about him is that he gets along with his parents, unlike everybody else that I know. You know, so he'd make these videos and then, or these death metal videos, and then his mom would come in and scold him or something like that. And I was like, oh, it's so cute. So I started writing about him, and and now we live basically down the street from each other. We're buddies, and I feel like a proud uncle or older brother. Known him since he was a high school kid, and look at him now. He's all grown up and doing so well for himself. I just want to pinch his little cheeks and, give him a gold star next to his name. Cameron gets a gold star today for being such a good little DJ.
Maybe we can get that pinching of the cheeks on camera.
Or like a little flashy gold star.
Right.
So, Cam, you're local to the Pacific Northwest, then?
Yeah, not a local, but local now.
You live in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Moved here like a year and a half ago.
Oh, wow, that's recent. From where?
Minden, Nevada.
Oh, wow. So, is that close to Las Vegas?
Like a 9-hour drive.
Oh, so that's
through
a
the,
no.
like,
So no.
That would
like
be
the
negative.
worst one-way highway ever made.
So, Cam, I hear that you have a family member named Susan.
I do.
So you're not going to forget my name.
No.
Tell me about your family member.
Well, Susan's a precious character. She was underdeveloped as she was a runt. We're talking about a dog. Susan's a really small Chihuahua that just never left the puppy stage. The ears never popped up. It's like skittish and hides under tables and stuff. But at the same time, it doesn't really do anything. It just sits on the couch all day. It's very well loved. The internet loves Susan as well.
My favorite video that you ever did is cut mom petting Susan weird.
I don't remember that one.
She's like petting it like this.
He actually just played it for me.
Yeah.
So.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
All right.
Susan.
That's a good story. Thanks for that. I'm glad that you're not going to be forgetting my name. So I know that we're going to get.
Never.
I know that we're going to get more into your story as we get started. So I just kind of want to talk to you a little bit about, you know, what you have, what's going on right now with you as far as, you know, stuff. As far as your business or career or what your next project is.
What kind of stuff I'm into right now? Well, it's been a really long summer. I've did the whole Warped Tour, all of North America pretty much, and then Australia and Japan, all kind of back to back. So for the meantime, I'm just gonna kind of relax for a little bit, work on some other projects, kind of take a refresher break, you know.
So you were traveling for how many months straight?
3.
Was that pretty amazing?
It's pretty intense.
Really?
Yeah. It's a lot of traveling. It's exhausting. But it's pretty amazing at the same time.
So you're playing like every other night?
Yeah, or every night.
Wow.
Australia was, I think I was there for 10 days, and there was 8 shows. So it was just...
Wow.
So this is our nifty slideshow. I'll be using this to kind of direct the conversation and direct the class and whatever, keep us on topic, whatever. So as you can read, this is not a lecture. It's a conversation. I want questions. I want to talk about this stuff. I'm going to be showing you guys a lot, but I also want to be talking a lot about it because I feel that will help a good amount of you as well as a basic insight on the day-to-day ropes of making music. So yeah, interrupt me anytime. I won't get mad. I won't get mad at all, so anytime. Who am I and why should you care? That's, I think, a pretty important thing in this. You could kind of listen to whoever you want to learn how to do this stuff, but I mainly just do this stuff all the time. This is what I've been doing with my life the past, like, 6 years, all the time. So you could take it from me, but then again, that's just from me. In the beginning of making music, I didn't really think that it would turn into anything. I didn't really think I'd make a career out of it or just any idea that I'd take it to this level. I wanted to go to school for criminal justice to probably be a cop. That was my not super dialed in plan, but that was just like the thought to guide the future, I guess. But yeah, I'm a bedroom producer. I've been doing almost everything that I've ever made in a bedroom-like environment, which basically just means a room in my house or my actual bedroom.
So, you know, that's one of the reasons why I wanted you to do this, because, you know, I know you're going to talk about your gear a little bit, but everything you use to make your music is very attainable for anybody. You know, it's simple, pretty inexpensive stuff, but you've done so much so quickly because, you know, the most important part is your ears and your brain and that you work super hard.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of why I wanted to have you here today, because you are a quote-unquote bedroom producer, but at the same time, you're also the real deal. You've achieved so much, and, you know, you just turned 23, I think. So that, to me, is the big takeaway of, like, why you're the person that people should learn from.
Yeah, you can get it done in a bedroom now, which is pretty awesome. Moving along, this is just some stuff I've done really recently. Picture on the left is the last full-length album I did, and there's been 2 EPs since then. Some music from my EPs has been used in some TV commercials for the following movies. I had a song in the commercial for Parker and a song in the commercial for the new Jobs movie. Those are some pretty big accomplishments of mine, and I'm pretty stoked on those. And the way all that came about is just basically making music and seeing where opportunities go and whatnot. And the way I made all these songs is with the same gear that I'm using here, and which you could use in your bedroom. I just did Warped Tour my second time. First time was an 11, and for this time was 13, twice. I've played Ultra, this is all with DJing. I've played Ultra, Bamboozled, Freak Night, Movement. These are some pretty awesome festivals that I was stoked to be a part of. Just did my second run in Australia and Japan. And this is kind of, Warped Tour, Australia and Japan has been the bulk of my summer. And this kind of marks the end of my summer, which is nice. This is a place that you can find me on the internet. SoundCloud's a great place. If you don't use SoundCloud, I really encourage you to. It's probably the best place to listen to music now. It almost gives me that MySpace-esque feel, like profiles. It's really easy to find new music. The way I've found other acts and whatnot through SoundCloud reminds me of how I used to find music on MySpace, which I feel like a little bit out of touch with as far as finding music over the years. I didn't think YouTube was the best place to find music, but SoundCloud's great. So if you don't use SoundCloud, get on it and follow me. You can check out all of my music on there, and along with remixes and other stuff as well. Twitter is my favorite social network. It's right next to my text messaging app in my phone. I probably use it more. So if you want to reach out, Twitter's usually the best way. It's also the best way to talk to my mom. Her Twitter handle is Mo60, M-O-E-60. I don't know why I did that.
Mo60? Oh my gosh. Can we get everybody to follow your mom on Twitter? Everybody that's watching.
She'd be stoked.
Would
She's
she?
good at it too. She uses it really wittily and makes funny remarks to my friends and I. It's hilarious.
All right.
It's my favorite part about Twitter.
Follow Cam's mom on Twitter, everyone.
Yeah, she'll post
I'm
pictures
following
of
her
Susan.
right now.
Right now?
Shout out to Maureen.
Shout out to
Shout out to Maureen out there.
She'll probably be watching eventually during this. So
Phoebe says, "Stay out of my sock bucket and stay out of my life."
to who?
Is that an inside joke?
Internet. That's his sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stay out of my sock bucket and stay out of my life. Is that a quote from my mom's Twitter?
I don't know. It's just Phoebe being zany.
Phoebe's pretty zany. And then Facebook, the URL is Big Chocolate Official. If you use Facebook, there it is. If you want to chat, Twitter. So basically what we're going over today is I'm showing you how I work, like how I get stuff done, what goes through my mind, everything in my workflow. No more, no less. Start off with my gear. It's the only really fancy thing is this synth right here, which I'll definitely will get into more. And the way it works with the DAW we're using, which is Ableton, is it pops up like a VST. It's actually called, this is an Access Virus. This is the Snow edition. They have a Virus TI Snow. TI stands for Totally Integrated, which means it's totally integrated in your DAW. So when I'm using it, you can see it on the screen, and it looks like a normal VST. So while I'm actually using hardware synth, it's going to look like a VST. And the things I'm going to be doing with it, you can do with any VST of your own. This is just what I like to use and it's just what I use. So don't feel like because I'm using this virus, you can't do the things that I'm going to be doing. It's the same exact workflow process, just this is the tool I'm using for synths. I use a MIDI keyboard, but I'm not real big on it. I'm not like a fancy piano player or anything. I usually just use it just to hear sounds and whatnot. I don't know, play a drum beat, pretty much just to hear samples. So I'm not using like the musical typing on the keyboard. So really not too much going on with this. I've never really been a big fan of using triggers or pads or stuff. I've gone through phases where I'll use them, but they've never really stuck with my long-term workflow. Although it's nice to have this for the reasons that I'll be using it, which is basically just to hear a sound whenever I press a key. So when like you're dialing in a sound or something, it's nice to just to keep tapping a button, basically. So nothing really fancy going on there. A mouse and a keyboard, pretty standard for my setup. A lot of people would like to rely on the laptop trackpad, and that's cool. But I'm a mouse guy. I like to use this iMac. It has a giant screen. I actually don't even know the actual size screen of it, but I like bigger displays. Just makes it easier for me, you know, see more. So that's really is all there really is in my setup. Sometimes I'll use a guitar, which isn't here, but I'll plug in a guitar and play some guitar or some stuff occasionally. But this has been my setup since the early days, and mostly everything I've ever done has been done with this setup. Now, why I use Ableton? Oh, sorry, man.
Well, I was going to say, have you experimented with other hardware controllers at all, or have you just been very comfortable with the setup and you just kind of stick with that one? I mean, have you experimented much, or?
Yeah, I've worked the drum pads in occasionally, just like a 16 pad thing, but it usually uses the same thing, just to sample, not sample, but hit triggered clips or whatever. I've tried to work some more advanced stuff into my workflow, but I just never really stuck to the point where I had to have it, you know? I started using Ableton when Live 9 came out. Before that, I used Logic. When I first started making music, it was with GarageBand. I had an older cousin with a Macintosh, and he had GarageBand. I remember playing with loops and making like little demos, and sharing the song to iTunes, and burning it on CDs, and goofing off, and then getting Logic Express for Christmas one year. And Express is basically like the half version of the full thing. I used that for a full year. Used Logic 8 for a full year after that. No, actually like a full, probably 2.5 years. That was the bulk of my early years, was Logic 8. And then Logic 9, and Live 9 came out, not to confuse with Ableton, came out, and I got it and screwed around with it. It was about 1 weekend after using it where it just like full natural switch from using Logic for all those years. The reason I switched is because once I kind of wrapped my head around the way you could flow with it and the workflow and whatnot, I was doing things so fast that I was doing things that would normally take me like a few minutes to do without even, like in an instant, without even thinking about it. And it speeds up the process so much better. It allows you to totally free up your mind when you're trying to get pretty much jot ideas out as quick as you can while the juices are flowing. And a few experiences with like really making a big difference and going, wow, like I can't believe I just did that whole thing so quickly that I can't go back anymore. I still use Logic for more rock and metal stuff. I wouldn't use Ableton in my rock, metal workflows, but for electronic music and making beats and hip hop, Live 9 is the way to go for sure. So yeah, with that being said, most of the things I'm going to be talking about will still benefit you in your knowledge if you're using Logic, Cubase, Pro Tools. All DAWs are somewhat similar. They're just a tool, but Live 9 is letting me fly recently. So yeah, pay attention. If you're not using 9, still.
We got one more gear question here from Chris One. I think that's his rap name, DJ Chris One.
Definitely a rap name.
How important? One thing that you did leave out. How important is having an interface in your setup? I assume he means an audio interface.
I usually just do the headphone jack to 2 speakers, and that's not like the official way, but it's easy for me. I just don't even really think about it. Just plug it in, make some music. If you're recording things, it's necessary. You could take this a step further and run this out into an interface, which I probably should be doing, but I'll just show you how I record it and route it. In my setup, an interface isn't required, although interfaces are a pretty common thing to have in your setup. Does that answer your question, Chris One?
Yeah, I believe so. But how much do you? I mean, you record guitars a fair amount.
Yeah.
So I guess you obviously need the interface for that. And
yeah, I have an interface, and I have a few that I'll use. It's definitely a good idea to pick one up. It's just the workflow process doesn't really require this interface. So there's that.
One more gear question from Haran, H-A-R-A-N. Do you prefer headphones or monitors when you're producing in your bedroom?
I switch off. I benefit from both. I think it's easier to hear the my room is not like a treated, crazy studio room, and by no means it probably produces like the most accurate sound. So I'll use lots of reference. Headphones are great. They're great for really listening to like the stereo aspects of your songs. That's a huge thing that a lot of people forget about, is you get used to hearing it on the speakers, and then you don't really get a true feel of how much stereo imaging you're using. So I'll use headphones at some point in almost every song to do a good amount of working or mixing. And then again, just keep switching off. And the headphones I use aren't big studio headphones. They're just those Beats mixers. The same ones I used to DJ. I don't know, put them on, use them, reference, basically. But yeah, I really do encourage using headphones to mix and produce at some point in your tracks.
And finally, Chaplin wants to know, do you use, I know you're going to get into this a little bit more later, but do you use third-party plugins with Ableton?
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of the TuneTrack products. Easy Mix, Easy Keys, Easy Drummer. Use those all the time. I'm a big fan of the FabFilter products. I use a lot of native Ableton plugins, but as far as VSTs go, I usually just stick to what I know. But as far as audio units and mixing, I've been using the Ableton ones a lot more.
For EQ and compression and all that kind of stuff, you just use the stock Ableton plugins usually,
yeah.
right?
9 has a compressor called the Glue compressor that I use a good amount, and then their 8 EQ is fantastic as well. So I've just been using those. Yeah, I'm a fan of third-party stuff. I'm not really heavy on Native Instruments stuff. I like it and I use it. I don't have a go-to with Native Instruments, so it's not coming up in every project. I keep it really simple. I don't like using a million things I've never really used before. I like checking out new synths, but and VSTs and whatnot. But if I know one and I just want to start making music, I don't really want to screw around with learning new ones and being trumped by just ignorance of the plugin. So I stick with what I know for a long time. There is a synth called Albino 3 that I used forever just because I understood it real well, and I just never really thought of using more. So yeah, I stick to what I know, and then I just keep with that. I know a lot of people are huge fans of checking out every new VST and having tons of different synths and tracks, whatnot. But I have a more simple mindset, I guess.
Well, Sam, Michael, you guys have spent a lot of time like watching Cam work and stuff. Is there anything about like his setup, gear, software-wise that was interesting to you guys when you first saw how he works?
I thought it was interesting that you could do everything that you do with that small of a setup and just like a set of Rocket 5s and produce the sound quality that you do. I mean, I have a synthesizer, but I use an audio interface to record. But I think just working with you at your house and seeing what you put together with that amount of equipment, it's pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
We think you're cool too.
You're cool too. Yeah, I've just always really enjoyed a simple setup. I like having a desk. That's something that I didn't talk about. Is I love having a desk. So a lot of people would like to work just off a laptop. Like I've got a buddy, Ryle, who has pretty much made his whole workflow about being as mobile as possible, and he uses just a laptop, and he could be on a mouse pad on a couch and be working efficiently. I love to have a desk. I've always used a desk. My dad made me do homework on a desk, and I guess that kind of carried over, but a desk. I actually call my studio not even a studio because it's just this basic stuff. I'll just call it my desk. So I have a room in my house that's just a desk and a chair and my things, and that's my room. So how I learned is basically just putting a lot of work into it. Everything I'm going to show you in this class takes a lot of time and a lot of hours of just constantly doing it. And I've always encouraged people just to do it. Make whatever. Make goofy songs. Experiment with other songs. If you just because it's just good for you to just keep making things. And I've probably learned something from every project I've ever done, including most of the goofy ones. I used to make more goofy stuff back in the day to learn and whatnot. Yeah, a lot of when I first started doing this stuff, it was a huge hobby for me. I didn't really look at it as a hobby. It was just something I really liked to do. So I just spent a ton of time focused, basically. I got real focused, and that's kind of what it takes to really get your head around a lot of the stuff and to become one with the mouse and keyboard and DAW and get things done with the program. Just like anything else, it takes a lot of time, and nothing of this sort will come overnight, you know?
I want to make sure that people understand exactly how hard and how much work you put into this. So what is a typical week when you're like working on making music? What's a typical schedule for you like on a day-to-day basis?
I'll give you the timeline. Wake up.
What time? I know that's off topic.
If I'm home for a good stretch and I'm making music and I'm in the studio for like this period of time, not having to leave the city or anything, I'll wake up at like probably like 9:30, hang out for a bit, go to this cafe I always go to. It's a nice walk, really motivating walk. Get all hyped up on get a little coffee, and walk back. And the main reason I walk to a cafe is because if I don't walk to that cafe at that point, I just won't leave the house that day. And then I come back, and I usually get started before noon and work until, I don't know, 11:30, 12. Take some time to eat. This is just a typical day. Sometimes there's less, sometimes there's more. But yeah, good like 8 to 12 hours usually.
So it's pretty much 12 hours a day, 7 days a week when you're in like music mode.
Yeah.
So that's so for everybody at home, that's what, when he says putting in the work and a lot of work, that's what he's talking about. 90 hours a week. There you go.
You should cut out your social life and get to work.
But it's also true when you love it, that time just flies by. You don't even notice 12 hours go by. Well, maybe.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
That's the real point.
Yeah.
You got the passion.
You don't really think about putting in the time after a certain point. It's just kind of what you start doing.
Good question from ZS Perau. I'm not sure how you say it. What about ear fatigue working so long? Do you take breaks for that at all? Or?
Yes, I'll go on a good amount of walks. I actually have this newer technique. I was home for 2 months before Warped Tour, where 2 straight months of just pretty much grinding a lot. And I've found this really cool routine that I've shared with a few friends, and I'm going to share it to the internet. It's a thing I call taco time. And basically, when you're starting out a track and you're working with some ideas and stuff, and you're arranging things, and you're kind of got like a direction you're going, and then you hit that point where you've found that main part that's going to carry your momentum throughout the entire song, right? So you've put in all this work of creating sounds and making a beat or just whatever you're doing, and you find that one piece that is your chunk of motivation that you know will take you from where you are now to the very end. And that's kind of where it gets real fun, where you have most the creative parts of just getting a song you like, or elements in a song you like, and you get to make a song out of it. I'll basically stop, I'll put it down, I'll just leave everything right where it is, and I'll go get tacos. And I call it taco time. And that way when I come back, it's like having a new, refreshed look at something that's so incomplete, yet your main focus is right in front of you. And you kind of just have a brand new take, brand new ears on just going through the whole thing. I think ear fatigue really bothers me when I'm in the mixing stages. And the way I'll usually put out EPs and music is I'll have all these songs that I'm kind of developing at the same time, and then I'll be mixing them all at the same time. And that's where the ear fatigue really kind of sets in. And I don't know, that's just a tricky issue that most people have and find ways to deal with. I like to go on walks, so I'll take a good amount of walks and, I don't know, try not to listen to anything. If I listen to anything, it'll be like a podcast. I don't know.
Cam, I was so excited. I thought you were actually talking about Taco Time, which is a local taco joint here. I was like, oh, you love Taco Time too?
I saw that place, and I was like,
You stole my Taco Time? So a question came in from DJ Area Tracks, who asked, would you say you're a DJ or an EDM producer? Stumped you.
I would say I'm just a producer. I make a ton of different kind of music. The music I do make rides the line on the electronic and the dance part. I'll have a ton of stuff that's more experimental and electronic, and then I'll have some stuff that's more dancey and clubby. I don't know. DJ producer is a good combo for that, but I feel a lot of what I do is a little bit more than just like the DJ tag.
I'm going to go with producer.
Producer.
Well,
Yeah.
just so you know, Cam, that we have questions that are just flowing in. People are just Go ahead. No,
Oh,
David,
people are
ask your
flowing
question.
in.
I just wanted to let you know everybody was really, the questions are really good. They're coming in, and people are really,
Fantastic.
have a lot to ask you.
I appreciate all y'all asking questions. This is exactly what I wanted.
You talked about like you were working in, I mean, basically a totally different genre, and you came over to EDM. I mean, did you come over because it was what was making you happy to go into that type of music, or was it something about the metal that you didn't want to be working on, or what sort of made you transition?
It was a pretty natural transition. I've always been like a fan of electronic music. Like I always used this guy as like I liked electronic music when I was younger and would like making it all the time. Moby was super influential on me now and when I was first starting. So he's been like a consistent influence for me. So I was always familiar with making electronic music, just not EDM as it is today. I got into producing the heavier stuff like drum and bass and dubstep when I started this project called Commissioner, which is basically a hybrid between metal and industrial stuff and then like heavy bass influence. And then through that, I was kind of able to make a good bridge. I actually started making like dubstep and whatnot to try and improve that project. And then it just, I wouldn't say backfired, it just, it just kind of went that direction. Sure. So, I don't know, from my point of view, it was very natural, you know, but yeah, it's also very unnatural at the same time.
And even back when you were doing like disfiguring and stuff when you were in high school, you were making hip-hop beats even back then. So you've always kind of been doing this sort of stuff.
The death metal stuff was for sure like the more public thing, or the thing that would get more just attention back then. But I was really involved in hip-hop, probably more so involved in hip-hop than I ever was in bands. In high school.
You know, on myspace.com/Big C Productions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My buddy has one of my older computers, and we have a shared Dropbox account that we'll share things with, and he always drops in, like, 45-second old beats that I made. I'm just like, oh, my God. Like, yeah, those were good times. Big C Productions. I had, like, this ominous tone of, like, my younger voice going, Big C Productions. It would like echo over it. I had no idea what I was doing. I was living in Nevada, just on MySpace. Good times, good times. I wonder if that page is still up.
Good question. Let's find out.
Somebody
out there on the internet, go look on myspace.com/Big C Productions and tell us if it's still there. It's a good question.
We'll crash it with the quickness.
Crash MySpace.
Yeah, we'll crash your MySpace.
I know you took down a lot of your old, on the Big Chocolate one, you took down a lot of your old pictures because I was trying to find some embarrassing ones for this, and I couldn't find very many of them. Or maybe they took it down. I don't know how it works.
You definitely found one really old one. I was wearing a white hat in it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
My mom commented on that, and we had to like brainstorm on like what it was because I wasn't looking at the photo when she was describing it to me. We pinned it down. Yeah, that was hilarious.
It's very zany.
Very zany. Very memory lane. Yeah. That was a good room. That was like the perfect room to start kind of what I've become today. It was a room in our garage. We had a 3-car garage, but a few owners before us, a Mormon family lived there, and they had a giant food closet made out of one of the garages. And my dad changed it into an office and was working from home for a while, and then wasn't, and we moved like band stuff in there. We'd play in all kinds of bands, and then band phase kind of ended, and it just became like a room with a bunch of music in it that my friends could come over. We could all kind of just sit in and just have fun making music. Yeah, whether it was making rap songs or making metal songs or making really goofy songs about disco synths, just good times. So, is there any more questions on kind of how I learned and how I started doing this stuff? It was
We do have a good one.
Nice.
Which is, I am not seeing who it was. Oh, here we go. We got kind of a couple questions here along the same lines. So one is Joe Wilzak. How long did it take you roughly to start excelling with your career? And another one is roughly how long did it take you before you felt fluent in what you're doing? So I guess the basic question is like, you know, when you started making this kind of music, how long until you felt like you were kind of good at it?
And it is fascinating for people, you know, you're only 23 and very successful, so people really want to know, like, what you did.
Well, it's strange because most of the process has been literally just for fun, and it just was working out. Like, I wasn't really trying to make it happen. It just was for fun. Like, honestly, if I would say, like, I didn't really know, I'm just kind of recently starting to feel like I'm getting pretty good at it. But I definitely was pretty good at making music. It never was really polished. I was really ignorant to a lot of concepts, mainly just because I was having fun and I didn't want to have technical aspects get in the way. And that's some stuff I'll talk about later, is a few things that if I heard like 2 years ago, I'd probably be moved way further ahead.
So Cam, you feel like you're just getting good now after doing this for 12 hours a day for 7 years? I mean, it's not really funny though.
Every couple of months, you tell me that though. You're like, dude, I think I'm like I think I'm
yeah,
getting it now.
it's probably just a thing I have where I'm just like every time you kind of are conscious of yourself improving, you tend to think that before you improved, you weren't very good, and that's just kind of a natural thing. For me, at least. Probably for heaps of other people as well. I don't know.
But Cam, if you were going to give advice to people, would you say it would be, you know, an honest thing to say that if you just dive in and enjoy yourself and have fun and just basically get lost in it, that's going to be the quickest path to you being
Yeah, absolutely.
good at what you're doing?
Yeah. I've said this a bunch, but do what you love what you do. Just if you enjoy whatever you're doing with your time, just keep doing it. And making music is as simple as that. A lot of people get inspired to make music for a lot of different reasons, and people will be inspired by like a certain act, and they'll sit down on the computer and they'll be inspired, and they'll like try and make music that sounds like they're inspired by this, and then never leave that zone because this is what they want to do with their music. But I always thought it was really important to kind of collect inspiration from everywhere, just so when you get burnt out of doing this one thing you're trying to do with music, you can have some release, but still being productive and teaching yourself and having a good time. So I've always had projects and jokes and random songs that just sound like really, really random and kind of off the wall, that were kind of products of that. So does that answer?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have a follow-up question. This is from Big Chocolate 2, who wants to know, how did you get your songs into commercials and movies?
Quite a few people interested about that one.
That's kind of just something that started happening. That was always something I was always really interested in. Like, even when I first started making music and I would like show my parents or just like friends or something, they'd be like, oh, this is something you hear in a movie. Like, you know, like that response. And like at the time I was like, no, it's awesome music. But I still had that, like, that was something I always wanted to do, was basically create music for other media purposes. And that was something that just kind of started happening. I don't really know how to get deep with it, but I don't know. That's just one of those things that once you're at that level, you can kind of get it. Once you're in it, you can kind of I don't know. That's like a
Kinda
whole other
snowballs a
course.
little bit.
That's like literally like a whole other topic and course kind of stuff.
Did you pursue it, or do you feel like it found you?
Kind of both.
Okay.
It was fate. We found each other.
Destiny.
Nice.
A couple people wondering about what, if any, traditional music training you have.
I can play guitar. Not as well now, but I used to be able to shred. Actually, before I started making music on a computer, I used to be pretty good at guitar, bass, and drums.
Heavy metal shred, or what are we talking about here?
Mostly heavy metal shred, but heavy metal shred.
Not flamenco shred.
There's different kinds of shredding here, so.
Lots of different kinds of shredding. Yeah, it was. I play a few instruments. I took piano lessons when I was really young, but I wasn't a piano player. It was a pretty rough understanding of music just from a bunch of different angles, though. I played drums in a pop-punk band pretty well. Disfiguring the Goddess, I originally played guitar in that. I'm not, yeah, that's as traditional as it gets for me. No real, especially with the computer stuff, no real training. I had a few guitar teachers early on. Yeah, mainly just pure joy-driven.
Yeah. Do you enjoy, well, you've done a lot of collaborations. DXC0534, who I think needs a better internet name because that was kind of hard to remember, wants to know, do you enjoy producing alone or with friends, or playing your music / DJing in front of a huge crowd more?
It's not so much of this. If I had to pick one, I really enjoy being in the room with myself and just creating music. It's almost like a nostalgic feel at this point, like when I'm just able to go into that room and just be with my computer and create music. That's probably like my favorite and kind of the center of my joy for it. Collaborations are something I really, really enjoy. I'm just, as far as how it's done, I really like collaborating with people who aren't like me or doing the same things I'm doing. I like collaborating with people who are doing different things that I can't do. I don't know, I think that just makes it interesting and fun. There's no real rules, especially if there's no real similarity between the two acts. It's just mainly fun.
So you've done a couple collaborations like Commissioner and Small Faces. How do you kind of, what's the genesis of when there's somebody you know that's talented and you go, you know what, we should make this a thing? Like how do you get to that point?
It's half based off how the music's going along and half based off how well you work together. And how well you work together isn't always demonstrating what actually gets done as far as musically. A lot of it is just like you influence each other, being in the room with each other, or just making ideas. That's more so the chemistry between the two people is kind of what draws the line for me. If I feel like it's like an honest, good collaboration that brings two things together, that's usually when I like to take it to that level, you know?
Do you take on a different role in collaborations? Like, you know, with like Small Faces, you kind of take the raw ingredients and you turn them into a finished song. I don't know what it was like for Commissioner. Is it like a different thing for each collaboration, or are you always kind of in that role?
I usually do something different. In Small Face, DJ Two Stacks is full of constant original content, and he'll make like a beat with some really cool sounds and loops and whatnot, and he'll have like a basic structuring, and then he'll just pass along with each other, and then I'll kind of have a go at it and mix and structure and add things, and I don't know, kind of just chisel away, you know? With Commissioner, we did it part by part. We'd have like a minute and a half done, and then we'd get together and we'd listen to it and we'd talk about it, and we'd change things, and then we'd progress forward from that point. So it was basically just to touch base and make sure that our head was in the same place and that the vibe of the song was going in the direction that we both wanted. Or there'd be a lot of times where like I didn't know what to do next, and we just get together and all of a sudden know what to do next. And that was a great collaboration. 'Cause Mitch was doing the vocal duties, but he was so involved with how the music was coming along every step of the way. So that's another way to collaborate. I don't know. I like that in-the-room collaboration stuff way better than over the internet stuff. There's just something about being in the same room as someone.
Awesome. So, Cam, I love all the big, kind of like the big picture questions about your career.
Yeah,
And
me
just
too.
Because,
me too.
You know, we're going to get really into the technical stuff, so I like this part, especially because I'm new to Ableton Live, so this is the part I like. And you guys are welcome to ask questions. You know, we have 5 or 10 minutes left.
You don't get paid unless you ask questions, so.
You guys need to be on camera more before you get money. All right, question from Reaper Junkie. Did performing live spark your recording career or vice versa, or was it all congruent?
I didn't, like when I started playing live, I was making music for a long time, and like the way I went into DJing was fairly unusual as well. The first tours I was doing were like Warped Tour stuff, and they weren't club environments, and it was kind of the first time that electronic music was getting out of the clubs, and especially into alternative environments and crowds. So I had like a strange first impression of DJing and whatnot. And then after that, I spent about a year and a half DJing club circuits, pretty much almost every weekend. And yeah, I could say that stuff definitely has an influence on the music you make. I've actually, like, in the upcoming months, probably not going to be DJing because I want that non-club influence, you know? So I do think that playing live and producing, especially on top of each other, like the way I'm doing it, where I'm basically will play like a fly-out gig on the weekend and then be in the studio the rest of the time. It's just a strange overall workflow for creating content, I guess. Is that more so what you're asking? That was a guy with Bad Internet name, right?
No, that's a different guy.
Oh. Well, Bad Internet name should still change his name.
So here's a specific question. Maybe ask one or two more questions before we break and get you into the nitty-gritty. Where do you stand on sound design? This is from DJ Motives. Where do you stand on sound design and creating your own sounds? And what VSTs do you use to create your sounds? I know you covered this a little bit, but just kind of talk a little bit about like sampling versus creating your own sounds.
I've been into different types of sound design at various points through all this. I'll get into my current sound design once we start opening up Ableton and doing things, but in the past, resampling was my favorite part about sound design. I would make a sound in, like I talked about earlier, albino. I'd make like a glide sound or something, and then I'd put it into this program called Melodies, which is like a pitch correcting program, and I would fix the glide to where the pitch would make it stay standard, but it would sound all screwed up because it was supposed to be gliding, but you weren't letting it, and then you'd bounce that out and chop it up and do other things with it. That's kind of how my sound design in the past has been. Over time, it's kind of got to more simpler sound design and just more grassroots, simple sounds, better sources, and whatnot. I don't know. Sound design's something we could talk about for quite a while. So once we get into this, I'll explain some, not explain, but we'll go through some options with sound design. You could do a whole course on specific types of sound design. Yeah.
Cool. I think David has a question.
Yeah.
I was going to say, how do you view like your production when you're working in the bedroom and you're trying to create something? Do you really feel like you set a finished product right then and there, or when you're doing like a more live performance, is it, well, okay, I've got things sort of queued up, and then you sort of vary right then and there? Like, how do you sort of balance just the live versus pre-produced kind of feel when you're performing? I mean,
you're talking about performing.
yeah. Well, I mean, so how do you
having an
balance
unfinished
between the two? Yeah, exactly.
So you're talking about playing unfinished material live?
Yeah.
What about it specifically?
I mean, do you try to get things all set up before and just you know what you're going to do, or do you try to leave some of it up to just that live moment? I mean, how do you balance that?
If you're talking about playing like unfinished productions that have like tracks or songs live, I don't know. I just kind of do it. There's definitely been some times where I've been fortunate enough to like be working on some material and then played it out that weekend or something and being like, no, not that direction, not that route. And so it's, I know a lot of DJ producers will do that as well. They'll like try out something relatively new just to see how it kind of goes, and then kind of go back to the hub, you know, go back to the drawing board.
All right, well, why don't we take one more question and then we'll go to break?
Fantastic.
Unless you had something else you wanted to add. All right, J-Rel wants to know, okay, obvious question, how'd you get the name Big Chocolate? Everybody wants to know.
Everyone wants to know.
Everyone wants to know. Good story, Cam. Good story. I'm sorry, what is the new name?
This is a
Grand Chocolate?
Grande Choco.
Nice. Is that your way of avoiding the question?
It's a way of putting it off. This was made by my cousin. He mixed it up, but just left it anyways. This was a birthday gift.
The time must come, Cam.
So this is what Big Chocolate has kind of turned into.
Good
Coffee
luck.
Mug. Improper grammar of Spanish spellings of.
I mean, I can
Big
go to
Chocolate.
Wikipedia and just read it off Wiki if you want.
So it goes back to kind of the MySpace days.
Everything goes back to the MySpace days.
I just thought it was a funny internet name. Like, I was just like, this would be the goofiest thing in the world. Especially when I was doing metal. It was more so for that reason, because I'm not like a big, scary metal dude, and I just didn't want to be taken seriously as a scary metal dude. And then once I had the name, I just never really thought of changing it. And then it just kind of stuck. And now here I am. I don't know. It's not the most glamorous story.
It's not bad.
It's pretty bad.
All right.
Again, like I said at the end of the last section, starting songs is something that people have asked me a good amount. How do you start? Do you start with drums? What does it for you? And I've only probably glossed over it, but now we're going to get real into it. For a lot of people, this is the hardest point of the song, which is the pen and the paper and the blank sheet and the mind going, but no way to connect the pencil to the paper. There's no right or wrong way. There's a million ways to skin a cat. I'm going to go over two pretty decent ways. If I don't have something that really drives me from the very get-go, like an acapella or something that already is going to be the start of the song, if I just sit down with a blank slate, these are the kind of processes that I go through pretty much every day. So yeah, I just start doing things. Starting with the sound. This is one of my favorite ways to get started. First of all, this is my normal template, but we'll build it from scratch, just so you guys can kind of see it. I shouldn't have done that, whatever. So this is a blank slate, you know. I have it so every time I open up any kind of clip, that a spectrum analyzer pops up, which is great if you're working with, I don't know, Rocket 5s or headphones. You can see exactly what's coming out, even if it's a little not true to your ears. So I'll use this like if I'm working with subs or heavier, especially in the mixing process. You can kind of see where how the sound is, and it's just a good habit to get into. It's something I didn't do in the beginning, and I suggest that you get on it as soon as possible. So spectrums, they're literally on every part of everything, because I just think it's important to see how your sound looks. And the Ableton one's sweet because it will tell you what key it is. So that's perfect for like if you see a peak somewhere, you'd be like, that peak is an F, and that's great for getting drums tuned and whatnot, and it just makes it really easy. But starting with the sound, I usually will open up a synth or something. The synth, we went over this earlier, I'm going to be using is the Access Virus. But how it looks in the computer is very relatable to every VST you've ever seen.
Cam, as you're doing this stuff, if you have any shortcuts that you're using, if you could call those out and let people know what shortcuts you use, that would be great.
Big one I use all the time is Tab. Tab just switches it from the arrangement view to the clip view. And I like to use the clip view as a mixer window as well. But we can get more into that later. Basically, when I start a song or anything, I usually don't have a direction to go in right away. I'll just kind of sit around and be inspired by sounds. So the virus is set up like a normal VST. Like we'll open a VST just so you could see some comparison. So like this is what a normal, if you open up a synth or whatever, it would look like this, correct? So the virus looks the same on the computer, but it's all coming from this. All the sounds are coming from this. This is the synth, although you could see it and control the whole thing totally through the computer. So that's why I think using this, and this is won't get into too much of the way, but just to kind of clarify it, you can use any synth and replace this. You guys know what I'm talking about? All right, sweet. I keep forgetting you guys are here, and I gotta.
So we had in the chat room. Nanan says, the virus is awesome, but it's kind of a shame that he's not sticking with the live plugins. So I guess that's what you're saying is like this is the synth that you use, but you know, there's a million other synth plugins or whatnot that you could use.
Yeah,
and it's just up to you.
Like, yeah, whatever you know, whatever you want to use, that's great. This is what I like to use, and basically what I was explaining is you could switch this out with any other one and have the same process that I'm going through. What I'm trying to show you the process more so the sounds and.
It's not about like here, you know, click this, this, and this to make this sound.
Yeah.
It's like the process of how you go about starting a song, regardless of what synth you use.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same process after that point. So yeah, I pretty much will just go through anything and just kind of like screw around with different sounds until I get inspired by a sound or anything really, and then kind of take it from there and take it one step at a time and just kind of let it build on its own. So let's just get some basic sounds going. Like I said, I use this keyboard just to kind of demo what I'm hearing. I'm not like gonna be playing many chords or anything. And like, if you watch and you guys make music at home, I'm assuming, you know it's a lot of like listening to every single kick drum you've ever heard before, just going down the list. So yeah, a lot of the process is just listening to sounds and being like, you know. So that's what we're doing. But I think this stuff is important to see other people do it. Like everyone does it. But every time I've ever seen someone just go through sounds and kind of like see how they react to things, I've always benefited from that. So that's what we're going through right now. Euro saw.
So would you say you like sit down with an attitude or a genre that you're looking out to produce, or do you just go through and look at different sounds and like wait for inspiration, or do you sit down and say, hey, I want to make a 124 beat track that sounds like this, or do you just go from inspiration from the noises on the virus?
Depends. It's gone both ways. There'll be times where I sit down and I'll have like I want to make a 124 BPM track using this sound. Or there'll be other times where like I'll try and do something like that, but then I'll find a sound that just totally takes it in a new direction. That's why I like the sound. If I'm like trying to sit down, I'm like, I'm going to make a 24 BPM track right off the back, and I want to start it off with a sound. I want the song to be formed based off like this sound. Sometimes I feel like you're kind of like trying to fill a void, you know? And it's just, it's easier for me to keep the doors open with this way.
And I don't know if you have a preference or whatnot, but do you tend to start with, like, do you start with a synth, like a bass line, a lead, or do you start with drums? Do you have any specific preferences with that or any advice on that one?
The two ways I'm really going to go over is starting with the sound and starting with the beat. So the whole beat part will be the whole next section. Actually, do you guys want to start with the beat first?
Before we start with the beat, can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
DJ Area Tracks says, can you explain your process of folder storage on your hard drive, how you categorize all your samples and waves? I don't know if you want to get into that before we dive right into the music. Do you want to talk about how to structure that first?
Let me start with a beat, and I can go through kind of how I organize samples and whatnot.
Perfect.
So the way I like to do drums in Ableton is with drum racks. This is one of the key features that really kind of made the program awesome to me. In the past, I've done this thing where, like, you'll do this. You'll break your computer. You'll take samples out, you know, you'll have you'll take your samples out and you'll just drag them onto audio tracks, and you'll build your tracks like this. You know, and you'll have like a whole song where you'll have all these different audio wave files that are just drum hits, usually all the same drum hit, all laid across the whole thing. And that's how I did it for a long time, and a lot of people still preferred that method. But once I saw the way drum racks work, it's so much easier, because you drag these. The way I will usually do it is I'll make a few, and we'll call this one kick. And this one, snare, clap. And that's usually a good way to keep them separate. And I'll show you why I keep them separate. I just don't put them all in the same rack in a bit. But to catch up on that question he was asking, Places is the section where it will show all of your, basically, ways to look at your computer through Ableton. My book is my hard drive. I have this drum folder right here that's from my book. It's just a simple shortcut. I have most of the Ableton packs downloaded as well, and it's a pretty big library of all kinds of stuff: loops, sounds, drums, kind of everything. So I'll use this, especially recently. I'll be using this a lot because these are all brand new samples for me. Most of the ones in my book are a little older. I have this thing that I'll have called chocolate samples. That's pretty sweet, and it's just like random samples I made from over the years. Here's a good one.
One time knock, set it up, chop, beat up, see y'all walk. One time knock, set it up, chop.
That's just a buddy of mine, and I just recorded them, and I just keep it on file whenever. And I know a lot of people get pretty deep with samples. I know DJ Two Stacks will have he'll just record conversations and then make one hits out of random things that happened out of conversations. And groups like Noisy Ed will record their neighbor mowing their lawn and just random things. So that's a way to organize them, is just keep them on one file and just kind of go through them. But we'll just stick with this drums folder or this samples folder. And the way I'll find a kick in the samples folder is just go and kick, and then boom, bunch of kicks. But we'll keep it with this for now. So basically the way I'll build a kit is every time you press down, it'll preview the sound. And anytime I find a sample that kind of piques my ears, I'll just drag it in to fill one of these slots. Wet cheese? God. Also, these samples all have fantastic names. Sometimes my favorite sample was, I think it was called Snare or Clap DMX. I almost wanted to make a whole thing about Clap DMX. Now, I'm not looking for the perfect kit for my song. I'm mainly just looking for just anything that really sounds interesting to me. I used to have go-to kicks that I would use and whatnot, but lately I've just been really trying to push the doors open and keep just strange sounds coming in. It's incredibly easy to use a bunch of sounds and have it be really simple with these drum racks.
Is this one particular pack you're working with right now, or is this a bunch of different ones?
I think it's one particular pack. And samples packs you can get all over the internet. There's a website I use a lot called Producer Loops, and they basically just have endless amounts of all kinds of loops, samples, kits, all genre defined and whatever. And if you're looking to expand your library, that's a really good place to go. The only reason I don't prefer that is because if you're getting it, other people are getting it, and it's kind of cool to have secret samples, you know? So that's my 2 cents on it.
I have a quick question. Do you use any of the Max for Live content when you're using Ableton, or do you pretty much just stick with third-party sample packs and stuff like that?
Max for Live's it's one of those newer features on Ableton, and it's just this whole other thing. It's like a programming thing. You program your own stuff. I use a few things from it. One of the things I really like is the MIDI effects. Like you can get an LFO and affect anything MIDI based, and that's pretty awesome. One of my recent tracks, the Five Knives remix, it's the newest content I have uploaded to my SoundCloud. How I did the main bass line is with the MIDI LFO. So yeah, I haven't really dove too much in the Max for Live stuff. I use the convolution reverb quite a bit. That's my favorite reverb in Ableton. So yeah, that's kind of how far I've gotten with the Max for Live content. Yeah, I'll probably talk about it a little bit more later. Back to finding sweet kick samples. Let me just find some off-the-wall ones. These are a little more big. It's more like this, just like cool accents. Oh, kick. We'll get one like this. See how it has two samples in that? I'll show you how that's awesome. Or how to deal with that later. All right, let's find some snare stuff. Sometimes I'll space things out, like if I want to have a main snare or a main something, I'll usually put it in these, and then I'll have just other kinds of samples or sounds just to fill other things. So if I find a sound that's not, I know won't be like a bigger sound in the process, I'll usually put it up here or something. So when you look at it later, it's a little more out of the way. Now, again, what I'm going through is I'm basically just going through sounds and sample. Ooh, Argon. It's my last name. We're using that for sure. C1. I'm kind of just going through sounds, and anything that piques my interest or ears and remotely, I'll try and use or drag down to. And this is cool too, because if I'm dragging a decent amount of samples down, I probably won't use all of them, but they're all easy just to have. And like when you're going through samples, I find it easier to build a good amount of them that you're going to be using, so you don't keep like every time you want to add one, you don't have to go back and start the whole process over. It's better just to chunk it up. And that's one of the bigger reasons why I like using the drum racks, is because you can kind of have this period where you just kind of get to fly through and listen to a bunch of samples and get it over with. And then once you have them all, you have like some main things to start building off of, and you have a bunch of other things that you already like that you've picked out that you can kind of bring in later and without having to go look through it. They're just there. And anything that's just there in front of you is always going to be a lot easier to use than doing this whole thing where you're finding things. No matter how easy this is and gets, it's always going to be easier just to have it all right in front of you. Because anytime you spend going through this stuff is going to take away from any kind of flow you've gotten into if you're building on stuff. Unless you're looking for that one specific sweet sound that you noticeable. You know? Now the one last thing I'm kind of looking for is a snare with more noise on it. And by more noise, I mean kind of like this. Wait, this is a pretty noisy snare. Noisy, like white noise type of stuff. Snare DMX. There we go. Let's just do the last one. We'll call it percussion. Or, I don't want to spell that wrong. In percussion, I'll put basically anything that's cymbal, click, anything that's gonna not a snare and a clap. So. Get a drum rack. So you can just, like for instance, what I was talking about earlier, it's like, let's say like all these sounds. Wait. Just this group of sounds. I'll drag it up here, and then you have them all up there, and they're kind of out of the way from down where you might want your main ones to work. This is just kind of how I organize them. It's a nice little visual layout as well. All right, so now we have kicks, snares, claps, and some percussion. And when you go over to your mixer window, you do that with tab. Each one has a little tiny arrow next to it, right? But when you're making playing the samples out of them, they all coming out of the same audio channel. And the way it automatically routes it is you can have all your kicks on its own channel, and it all goes to this as your submix. So all these little sounds are all feeding to this main channel. So this is a sum of all of this. And it just makes a quick submix for you right off the back, which I love. That's one of my favorite parts about the drum rack. And anything you add will just continue to be in this submix. And you could mix all these things individually. So let's just... This is only on this one. That's not going to affect the whole thing. You know? Which is pretty awesome. That's one of my favorite parts. Just makes it nice and simple, easy to organize, and collapse. And as you can see, it still looks really, really simple. One of the things I try and avoid is getting a cluttered thing or a cluttered project, which I've had so many messy projects that just while in the process have just kind of got out of hand. Then you'll look at them like 2 months later and be like, what? They're totally not effective to go through and whatever. So I try and keep things really, really simple. And this is, I'll get to it in the long run on why I like doing these drum racks versus dragging samples in. It's beneficial now in these simple setup ways that I've talked about, like getting just more samples than you need just at hand. And later on, when you have your whole song basically done, you can change any of these samples at any time, which is so easy. Because there's been a lot of times where I'll like make a whole track, and I'll be like, this snare isn't really doing it for me anymore. And then to replace the snare, you got to go through and re-drag it in, and this just makes it so much easier, and you don't have to think about it. So we'll go ahead and make a little loop for this section. Make it 124 in honor of Sam. Just to answer Sam's questions. And this is the piano roll. The piano roll will label each of those kicks. I usually turn this on. This is just to preview the sounds, so you can kick but every time you put one in, it's going to make a sound. If you're making a beat on the flow, like you're just letting it play, turning it off might be cool because then you don't hear yourself putting in the notes. You know? Otherwise, it'd be, you know? Now this is a shortcut that's pretty much in computers in general, that if you click anything down and hold Alt and drag it away, it just creates a copy. So if you have a really weird note, you just copy it around. And that's true with everything. And I think that works on like the desktop and just computers in general. Control on PC? Control on PC users. Yeah, that's something that I saw someone do once on YouTube, and it stumped me. And hopefully there's at least one person that's just like, oh. The only reason I drug that down is just to create the region, which is you could do by highlighting, moving to the top section of it, right-clicking, insert MIDI clip, same thing. I just did it the way I normally do it, just a little quicker, but might as well tell you guys what I'm doing. Let's put snares like this, just on every beat. A good old argon. Now, one of the things I really like about Ableton compared to others is the piano roll you can use by just moving things around really quickly. If you hold Shift and hit the right arrow, it makes the notes longer, which doesn't really matter when you're triggering samples, but that's just a shortcut. Sorry. If you click and hold down, it shows you all the velocities. I tend to like to change up the velocities a good amount. Now I'm just making a beat like you would on a normal drum machine, and then from this beat I'll create some structuring after it. So I'm just kind of making just parts basically, and then we'll string them out and kind of introduce elements one at a time, so it's not just like a drops a beat on you. I actually hate that snare, so we're not going to use it. Another cool thing is each sample has this whole little control center, and this, there was a snare, it was a kick, I think, that I wanted to show this example with, the suicide kick, or this one. So here has two sounds in it. Normally, when you're working with these sounds, or a sound like this, doesn't want me to do that. You would highlight something and delete it, but here you can just kind of have it control what you want. And from this sample, you've created a one-shot. And you could do that. I think I have, did I drag in that multi-clapped pattern. Yeah, that's not it. Here it is. Let's work with this. So let's say you only like this sound. Just drag the transients over there and now this is one of my favorite things about it is these little equal to little asterisk 2 things is it basically doubles it or makes it twice as small. And that's for every region you select. So if you only do that one, it's just going to do it for that specific note. But if you select everything, it'll do it for everything. It'll do it for this whole thing. And that's just a really easy way I've learned to stretch things out, duplicate them, or speed them up really, really fast and create a bigger pattern. And then with ease, so here we have some drums. Arranged in a beat, you have a little one chunk thing. And the way I usually do it is bring it one element at a time. And this is also when you start your basic structuring, using your beat. Another thing I like to do in this stage is open up one of my best friends of all time, my closest companions, through thick and thin, through every genre, through my whole life, basically. Easy Drummer. Easy Drummer is probably the biggest go-to for me of any genre for drums. They have all these different kits that are awesome for pretty much any style of music you could ever want, which is my favorite part of electronic music is bringing elements in that aren't really supposed to be there. And that's kind of the beauty of the platform, is there's really no rules. So if you want to bring in the most gnarly death metal kit ever, you totally can. If you want to bring in this nice small room hip-hop kit, you totally can. You can kind of drag influence from all different kinds of percussion very easily, with great sound, and tons of MIDI information as well.
Hey, Cam. So you were a student a few days ago in AL's Easy Drummer course. Did you learn anything? Did you learn anything from AL during that one-day course?
I learned from his insight, for sure.
Okay,
when he was
cool.
talking about stuff, I was like... But as far as, like, using Easy Drummer, not really. This is just... I know it. I've been using it for a long, long time, so... Yeah. was a very detailed look at it. But everything you said is true to the T. It's my favorite thing. People use it all the time. I use it all the time. I don't know. Easy drummer.
So a couple people are thinking that it's weird that you're doing this in the arrange view instead of the session view.
You mean the clip view over here? This is another way you could do it. It's the same thing either way. Yeah, you just have these things.
Really just up to you which you prefer.
Yeah, a lot of people will build things this way and then drag and drop things. I'll use the clips for other things. There'll be times where, just to brainstorm, I'll make some simple beats and just kind of create some, especially, this is where I'll use this a good amount as well, is I'll go through these grooves. And then I'll drag them into clips. So I'm able to like hear a bunch of different patterns. And drag them in.
Just a quick question on Easy Drummer 2. Is that a free VST or paid? And if it is paid, do you have any like good alternatives for the broke home bedroom DJs, producers of the world?
No. In the last course, Eyal, who was teaching this whole thing on Easy Drummer, had some of the best reasons why it is totally worth every penny. Because these drum sets are recorded in some pretty sweet studios, and you kind of pay for the amazing recording on the drums. It's not really like a fake programmed drums. It's just like drum recreation, you know.
It's basically playing back samples. It's a playback engine for samples, and these are recorded in some of the best rooms in the world, some of the best kits in the world, played by some of the best session drummers in the world. So, like, you know, there's just no way to do that for free, you know.
I got a question too. So you went through and made some MIDI clips with your drum rack, and then are you just getting these clips that you have from Easy Drummer? Are you just getting grooves from those?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are just things I like that I going through the song.
And then you'll replace your drums into the grooves.
It's just a nice place because what I'll find with grooves is there'll be more than one that I like, and this is just a really easy way to audition them. But yeah, just to follow up on that, like this one is a drum riffs. It's played by Matt Halper. This would be really hard to get any other way, you know? There's a Superior kit. The New York kits are recorded in a studio that, I think it's New York kits, that doesn't even exist anymore. So it's like you're almost, you're reaching back in time. This is the only way this studio exists anymore, is through this drum program. But yeah, Easy Drummer is pretty inexpensive too. I don't know the exact price. It's like $79.
Yeah, I think it's $149, and the expansions are $79, something like that. I don't know. TuneTrack.com for everybody at home.
Yeah, and all the products kind of work the same way, expansion based and whatnot. And you buy the original thing, and they're constantly coming out with other expansions. And you can kind of create your library based off what expansions you want. Some of my favorites are the Claustrophobic kit, which is an older kit that I've had. I remember getting that for Christmas one year. It's like came in a DVD. I don't think you can do that anymore. The number one hits is great. It's basically like this old little vintage drum machine, and they have all the different kits, like classic 808 type of stuff. Pretty sweet. It's like an old school. Yeah. The one thing, if you change these like I have these grooves here. If you change the kit, the MIDI is still going to play. It's just going to play from this beat, from this kit. And that's something I do all the time, is like these grooves will have, like the Latin percussion groove, the actual Latin percussion kit is has like a totally different MIDI routing than the basic kits. For the most part, it'll be similar to like you have your kick and your snare and your hats and whatnot, but all this other strange percussion will have a different MIDI routing than, like, let's say, the Metal Machine, where it's more of a basic drum set. Not basic, but you know what I mean. The basic drum set.
Just your basic 8-piece kit with 14 crash cymbals.
With the world exploding in the background. So it's just, I don't know, I kind of like the way these sound. Or we can just go, this is something I do a lot as well. I'll get just a beat. And then I'll make a loop out of it by putting some effects on it. And EasyMix is a plugin also made by TuneTrack that is basically a bunch of plugin chains all in one. So when you select, and they just show you the front end. The back end is when you select one of these, it creates a plugin chain that you only have little control over. And the plugin chains are made by pros who know what they're doing. So a lot of times when I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, I'll just trust the pros and trust they know what they're doing in the back end. And they'll have, like, the packs will come with the names of the people who made them. This Dirt one is one I like a lot. It's all like kind of distorted, grungy tones. And they're all instrument based, as you could see, but I'll put them on whatever I want. I'll put like a kick setting over a drum set and just see what kind of results I get. And that's what I really like this EasyMix for, is you spend less time screwing around with, like, doing a reverb, an EQ, an exciter, a compressor, a tape deck, all these little plugins that they get highlighted up. You could see what's in the chain. You don't have to go through and just start, like, building a bunch of things, you know? It's just kind of like a really easy way to like hear things and keep the ball moving. And that's just the way I do it, so. Like I said, all these are all grooves. It's just an easy way to audition, you know? Now, whenever you move, the automation in Ableton is one of my favorite parts. Automating in Logic was a huge pain. You had to go through and, well, it's not a pain with Easy Mix because there's only 2 things you can automate, but in some of these bigger programs and bigger things, there's literally like, the list would just be like forever. Every little thing you could ever automate inside this synth, which is literally every part of kind of everything in the entire thing, really. Like, do you want to? It automatically will select it for you, and then you could start moving it around. You know, when before you had to go through this big list, then automate it, and then see if it was actually the right thing you're automating. And I remember spending a ton of time screwing around with that. So I'm just doing some basic automating with these lovely 2 knobs, and that's just me explaining what's going on. Another thing that I didn't do is this little plus sign will put the automation below. So when you work on some fresh automation, you can still see what's going on previously.
This is just a real basic question, but did you have to do anything specific to get these programs to interoperate or tell them about each other, or do they all just kind of sense each
Are
other?
you talking about the relation to like Easy Mix?
Live and Easy Mix and Easy
Ableton?
Drummer? Yeah.
When you install it, it should just pop up in your plugins. Audio effects and instruments are for the Ableton ones, and then this plugins group is for every third-party plugin you have. And then if it's not really showing up in there, you just use the internet, use the support forums, figure out what's going on. But most plugins, just if you install them the right way, will end up working for you. Huh? Choosing a plugin folder. So here is our result. I'm use this as kind of an intro bar. And this is kind of where our beat's going to start. So this is a pattern that we made earlier, and I quite like it, but it doesn't seem to fit this part. Maybe it works some other time in the song. And there's ways you could save them where you just drag them into the distance, into the faraway future of unseen territory of the timeline. Or you right-click, consolidate to new scene, and then you can delete it. When you go back to it, it's right there. So that's an easy way to store things without cluttering up your arrange window. And I'll use that all the time when I'm working with just bits of audio or loops that I'm not really using. Instead of like just having them clutter, I'll just put them away for the collection. Also, when you do this, if you do it with audio, it'll create a little wavelength or a wave file in your file directory and whatnot. So we have it in there so we don't lose it. But we're just going to do some basic 4 on the floor. One of the things I'm going to do is this kit is kind of more for effect, and this is just kind of like our pulse, our subby pulse. I'm going to go ahead and remove the low end from this kick, so it's not really interfering. Probably turn it down a bit too. So now it's more so of an accent than a kick roll. Now, one of the things I'm going to do when this kind of really big sound comes in with all this reverb is I'm going to sidechain it, kind of use it as an effect, because it has a cool little intro drum beat, you know? And then when it kind of transitions to this strange, I think it'd be cool if it started to pump. And how I route the sidechain is very simple. Lately I've been using the glue compressor to do the sidechaining. Route to the kick. Now this is the kick whole submix, so every little thing that pops up in there. But I don't really want to do that because there's more than one thing. I want it to go on that pulse. If you do the one under it, it will show you literally every little sound that's in there. You could do pre-effects, post-effects, which is awesome. So if you have a, like, for instance, we have this high pass on this kick. If you do it pre-effects, it won't. This high pass won't affect your signal, which could be make a huge difference. Winter kick. That's the one we want to use. So we'll do winter kick pre-effects. Now, I don't want to start coming in. I don't want to start pumping or compressing until this point when the kick comes in. If you don't have it off, it will compress all this, and it will sound
Real quick question from the chat rooms. What was the step to save that clip for later that you did a minute ago?
Right-click, consolidate time to new scene. That's your question, correct? You good? Sorry. So now it's pumping after. We can also have it turn on and then not compress it as much and then start the pump till later. Now, Ableton 9's one of their big features is this thing right here, which I'm doing, which is kind of just moving this line around, making it squiggly. Before, it's just straight lines. But now when you hold Option, it gives this little tiny curve, and you can curve things really easily, kind of however you want. And it's one of my favorite parts, and when I really get deep within automating a bass line with the virus, it gets pretty intricate, but still really easy and really easy to edit later. And it's really easy to shape it how you want with these curves. And to reset the curve, you just double click it. So if you do something weird and I don't know, just double click it and reset.
Yeah, and for just throwing in there too for PC, it's Alt on that one instead of Option.
DJ Mike and Mars,
Gotta hit all the bases.
Looking out for you PC users.
And you can just copy that automation, like if you want to say you have a bass line. You can just
when you highlight it, drag it over, it'll copy the automation as well. If you highlight and hold Command, I don't know what it is on a PC, and hit delete, it will delete the automation. So if you don't want the automation copied, that's one way to go about it. So this is going to start pumping in. And now it is kind of just this strange pumping aspect of the drum loop that it once was. And that's just kind of the way I'll make easy grooves and drum beats and just incorporate percussion into my sound with Easy Drummer. And a lot of my tracks have a ton of Easy Drummer grooves and licks and a lot of easy mix processing. And it's just what I like. It's simple. It's easy to get going really quickly. Like this is a pretty cool, moving, evolving drum beat with very little effort. Took it from just a loop, made it all airy, and towards the end here, it's even pumping. And that's just I don't know, just a good way to get unique things going.
Do you have constraints that you have to keep in mind, like so many scenes in memory at a time, or so many tracks or samples like on the palette at once, or can you just basically make it as convoluted as you want?
You can just kind of make it as convoluted as your CPU will allow you. I don't know how much RAM I have. I think like 16 gigs. Yeah. And that does a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hit a lot of limitations with that then.
No. If you run in 32-bit, it will only use 4 gigs. If you switch to 64, it will utilize your whole computer.
There's also like the CPU monitor that tells you what percentage of your CPU that you're using up in the corner.
Yeah, this little guy right here. When you do more things and add more stuff to your project, it gets, I don't know. I don't really notice it because I have the 16 gigs, so I just never really becomes an issue. But that's kind of your gauge. If you're getting too much and it's starting to slow down, you might need to start. You could freeze tracks, and basically freezing tracks. Well, freezing tracks will basically consolidate and bounce it to audio, and you can't change it, but it saves a lot of CPU. So if you have one track that's, let's say you're making like a drum and bass track, and it's your main bass line, and it's really crazy and taking up all your CPU. Freeze it down, help with the issue. Felt like a doctor. Now, you hear how these hi-hats are pretty quiet? At one point of my life, this was my solution. Now, doing that a little bit is okay, and just probably some of you are like, what's wrong with that? But that's just a bad kind of concept to grasp around this. The way I look at music now is instead of to turn things up, I'll turn things around it down. You can always turn things up later, what I'm kind of doing. I'm just kind of building this percussion along to a point where I kind of develop a structuring without even really using anything but drums. Nice.
You're changing the height on there, down at the bottom?
Over here?
Yeah.
This was just affecting these two shapes.
Okay.
This is just a kind of a way to not open up this again, you know? I'm going to replace this groove with one of these. Now, when you use anything in the clip view, it will freeze your movement in the arrangement view, and you just hit this. And it activates all the clips in here. Does this because, let's say you're jamming off this. You can try all these different things out. And if you have something in here, it's just going to play over it. So that's why it does that. That threw me off the first time. That's the reason I'm clarifying. I think the only reason, that's probably something that's been long going with Ableton. I'm just coming from a different DAW. It was like, what the hell's going on? It's a foreign concept. I like that way better than all of this.
There's a quick question on that too. Like if you want to go through and replace, like you're doing, take that groove that you have and put a new one in. How do you keep the, like if you want to keep the current automation on it, is there a way to do that without?
Yeah, I just did it. I went in here and I copied all the notes, deleted all this, clicked the beginning of the bar, and it does the first half, and then it does. You could always redrag it, do all that automation again, but I just wanted to keep everything. Yeah, both are really easy to do.
Grazcore in the chat room would like to know if you're going to teach him how to get turned up.
Oh, someone wants to get turned up.
It's only 11. It's
But
only 11:20
I
in
think
the
my
morning.
response to that is a pretty good indicator that I don't know if I can get him turned up.
You have to turn yourself up.
Oh, you want to get turned up?
I don't get that joke.
Yeah, we can bring in
Tony,
some. We're doing this for you. We're bringing in some. We're bringing in some Trappy 808 type of stuff. The two basics. So the 808 kit is probably one of the most famous drum kits in the entire world. And the reason I love using it, aside from how awesome it is and how classic, is adding really recognizable sounds to your ears, to things that probably won't be so recognizable. Like, this is kind of a weird start to a track so far, but I like to get weird with my music, so it's cool. That's what I like about it. So adding sounds that are familiar to your ears is always a good thing. I've always liked the amen break for that reason. Amen break is a... I know I have it in my chocolate samples.
Grande Choco samples.
This is an old sample. You guys know that sound? Let's just let's keep it on hand for the hell of it. So yeah, that's called classic with a twist. Ooh. That just radiates sunshine. For this region, I'm going to take out all the hi-hats. You know, now we're kind of developing this, I kind of hate that huge reverb that we added. But that's all good.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Great minds think alike. Now, this is, like, to you, it probably sounds like the most unorganized progression in the world, but I'm kind of just getting ideas down and just creating things that I could strip away down later. It's easier for me to work when I have more going on than I really want to. And the way I'm listening to this and looking at this is that I'm taking a lot of this stuff down. I'm just kind of adding things and placing things to kind of, like, give my ears something to go on. Although my mind is removing these, my ears are kind of just getting inspired by sounds and kind of what's going on. So
the chat room user Mitch Argon, and I'm not sure if this is the real Mitch Argon or not.
Let's ask him.
Says, please tell Cameron to save the project before anything bad happens and he loses everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fantastic job, Mitch Argon.
Who's Mitch?
What a Mitch Argon thing to say.
I feel like
my
that
dad.
probably is that may be the real Mitch Argon.
Yeah, we'll save this in my CreativeLIVE project. We'll call it... Mitch
Thanks,
Argon
Mitch.
says.
Yeah.
One of the things I really like about Ableton is when it doesn't work and it crashes, it almost always recovers all the work. The only thing I've really lost in Ableton crashing is virus patches that I'm working on, and that's one of the downfalls of using something that's not totally in the box. Yeah, because once Ableton crashes, this will just kind of like be erased, and I've lost I've had some projects that are based on like pretty much one sound from this, and when you lose it, it's a low blow. It's a low blow, but that's part of the game. That's part of what happens. Everybody deals with it, and so will you. So that's just how it works.
Another quick question from the chat room. User Ace Jammer says, will today's track be available on Big Chocolate's SoundCloud?
I could upload this to like probably like my Tumblr or something. I don't know if I'm going to upload. Well, actually, I would listen to that.
Yeah. Maybe. So
yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Ace Jammer, it depends on how good it comes out, right?
Basically.
So let's just, on that note, maybe just take a step back. You know, there's a couple people in the chat rooms that are like, you know, what, he's just screwing around with this. Like, I thought he was going to show us the magic bullet, but this is what you're seeing, everybody home. This is how you work every day.
Yeah.
I mean, I've sat behind you for hours watching you do this stuff. You know, you're playing at the top of the game, and this is how it's done. There's no magic bullet or shortcut. You just got to mess around with stuff.
Exactly. There's no shortcuts. This is, well, you get better at it over time, and you just find ways to scoot ahead. But this is like kind of grassroots stuff as far as just what I do when I'm just creating blueprints, basically.
So there's no, for anybody who wants to see step 1, step 2, step 3, at the end of this, you're going to have the best track of your life. It's just not really that simple.
Yeah. A lot of how I make music is mostly mental now, especially at this point. I don't know why I'm joining these regions. It's just something fun to do. I know my process pretty well, and I know how that's part of the things you get good at, is knowing how you work and knowing how your workflow and knowing your program. And then once it all kind of gets together and infused, you kind of just start trusting your instincts based off things. Like, you know how you'll feel about something later. And sometimes you'll be working with a sound that you're not really into, but you know it's going somewhere, so you just kind of like put the lid on it and keep going. And that's why like showing people demos is usually kind of weird, because a lot of times you'll have, it's not like this is how it sounds in my head, it's at a step before it's sounding in my head. So I'll have like kind of like a picture I'm working towards, and I'll be working on it towards that kind of end result, but I'll kind of keep on how I feel like it's going. I'll always be like a few steps ahead in my mind, especially when doing things like this, when you're just kind of building things. You're just kind of seeing where it goes. You're trying to create momentum. You're trying to create a flow, and that's a huge part of making music, and especially why I'm able to work so long on specific things is creating a flow and having that flow kind of guide you to the rest of the song. A hard part is just getting a flow, and I've been making music long enough to where I just know how I get into a flow, and this is one of the ways I do it, is I just start with a beat and keep going and see what happens. The next step, which I could probably get into right now, and we'll use this beat to just kind of be the guide, is working with the sound. And let's kind of carve out some room where we can introduce a sound. All right, this is where we'll have our sound. So we'll have these 2 bars, and then these 2 bars with the beats in, and this is where our sound will probably drop. And in this time, we'll develop our sound to where it drops here. It's not like the most foreign sounding thing in the world. Just for time's sake, we'll just use some recent patches I've made. When you save patches, they all go down here. They still retain the name from their original thing, their source, although these are all have been changed pretty in a way to where, like, if I open up the original sound, it wouldn't sound like this. Just clarifying some stuff. This is the synth I've used in a song. I'll probably open up in a different section of this class, but we'll just use it now for the time being. So a way I really like to lead in and to develop synths is this way I'm kind of doing now. We'll have like this is how you want to sound, and then you kind of build the sound through automation and just giving, like, kind of easing it in, making it a part of the song, but then when it comes to a point, making it like the main part of the song. Just so it's like, oh, you know what I'm talking about? This is better to do when you have your main sound. One of the big things I can tell you is turn your speakers louder than your actual master. So instead of, if you want something to be really loud, don't turn your master up. Turn your speakers up. So I'm in that bad habit of turning my speakers up to make things louder. So that's just I apologize for the clipping, but there's some I guess some logic behind it. If that's a I did something to ruin my sound. Or maybe it's just really quiet. So basically, from scratch, we've created this kind of evolving in drum beat, little taste at a bass line, and a filter cutoff sweep. So this is kind of where the beat really comes in, obviously. But I want this to be more focused on like a transition phase from leading into this, but this is already kind of a lead-in, but even more of a transition and more movement. Movement is a big, something I think about a good amount, and something that's really easy to do in Ableton, especially with all these automation things. It's just easy to keep the movement going. We can develop the bass line here, or we can open up another project that has most of this stuff already done, and it's just kind of like getting that main chunk of the song and really kind of having a bunch of different ideas that I thought are cool and kind of go together like this. Let's open this up, and we'll really dive into this next project in the next segment, especially. So let's, jargon says, save ya. Spin ya? Spin ya? Huh? That's weird to look at it from this point of view. You guys want to talk while this loads?
Yeah, so while you're doing that, we have a question from our good buddy Bill from TuneTrack, who would like to know what part of your writing process takes the longest?
I think it's really case by case. Some tracks will be finished really quickly, and then I'll take a long process deciding if that's the way I want the track. For instance, my song Blue Milk, pretty much the song that everyone knows was done in one day, but I spent about a day or two messing with just adding elements and stripping elements away, kind of just experimenting. So in that case, just experimenting and just kind of exploring options took the longest. Most of the time, mixing takes pretty long as well, depending on the track. It's really different case by case. Sometimes tracks flow well. Sometimes you make a great idea, and you really kind of got to, like, I don't know, carry it along real slightly. And so it's always different. Now, this song is going to be great because it's kind of a disaster. It has a few elements and a few basic structuring, but there's a ton of work for it to be done. Basically, what's in the song is a few easy keys things, this piano, and this MIDI line that I made while using this, and the way the notes overlap and the velocities overlap kind of makes a cool sound. I'll just show you guys, but it's kind of off. Like there's things. It's not really the melody itself doesn't really have like a good rhythm to it. This rhythm is a groove, an easy drummer groove, and it's kind of the same way. I like all the elements, just nothing really is holding them all together yet. And that's one way I really like to work, is just kind of like just not worry about where it's going to be, because I know eventually I'll get it to that solid point where you can kind of follow it the whole time. But let's just listen to it. You'll know what I mean. Like, this is super awkward, right? But it's just open. There's just things going on. I literally sat down and just jotted out as many things as I can get out at one time. Oh, I have something soloed? Yeah, so I apologize. So we have this little drum beat with a panning ping pong delay on the low end. There's a hi-hat in there, but it's not being affected. And this is just like a little EQ of what's being affected in the delay, or what's actually being delayed. So this was my intro section, and this is kind of where it's supposed to pick up and kind of be a build and a release at the same time. And then a little beat. And then the way this beat is, this part, I'll just explain all these sections before I get too deep in going forward. This is a technique you guys saw me do in the last one. It's 2 kicks. One's for like the big kick part, and then this is just kind of like a layer. And they're both compressed together. Snare is done the same way that the last track was done, with the same exact mindset, just these sounds sounded cool. Some slight progression as far as cymbal building. So like this is just this, and this kick pattern is basically random. One of the things I don't like about the higher BPMs where you're working in half-timed is the kick patterns. Kick patterns I'll change quite often unless they're just on the nose. When we actually get into developing this section, I probably will mute the kick so it doesn't influence whatever kind of sound we make as the main sound. These are all virus patches. By patches, I mean these are just things came from the virus. Here's the MIDI we used to make it, which is basically just MIDI from these sounds dragged up. And then a thing I like about the virus is if you can feed in things like this, and it just will produce, depending on what you got going on in here, it just produces all these kind of crazy sounds. And these are all just sounds that, like, they're not perfect on the nose sounds, you know? They're all kind of, this is actually the int patch of the virus. I'm giving it some reverb. And making it detune at the same time. So it's detuning right now. Reverb's fading out. And those are all things I did in the automation, but when you bounce them down, you can only have one instance of the virus, so you got to start over and delete the automation. So I was explaining on how these sounds are made, and this is just a cool little accent thing. I was probably planning on bringing this in when the hi-hats picked up a bit and having it carry on to the next section, whatever this section may be. I'm just kind of like placing things and blueprinting things where I think it's going to start developing. Basically, like a good way to look at it is you're drawing a picture. Let's say you're a painter, but you like to pencil it out first. You'll kind of like do a rough sketch, and then you start filling it in with color. But you just like, this will be over here. Like you just kind of start doodling it out, and it's the same way, just a different way of, just a different format. It's a timeline based instead of like a big picture, you know? So that's the way I like to build things. Is this will be interesting over here, maybe. You never know, because you don't know how it's going to develop. You kind of just get good at knowing where things are going to be later on, or knowing how you'll feel about things later on. And that just comes with doing it a lot and learning more about yourself. And that stuff will all start to come along. But I don't know. No one really explained it to me like that when I was starting out. And it's just something like I've picked up and kind of been aware of and conscious of, and I've talked about it with other producers and musicians, and we kind of all have like the same processes and whatnot. And that's part of what helps you grow, is making friends who do this stuff and talking to them about not so like what plugins they use or like, oh, how'd you get that sound, but like how you're feeling and how you're looking at it while you're doing it, which is the stuff that I kind of wanted to show you guys today, which is basically just someone else's insight and watching someone do this stuff. And you'll see that little things I'll say, you'll just start doing in your own workflow and process, and you'll be like, oh, wow, that definitely was more helpful than I ever thought that little thing could be. Yeah, a great way to improve is watching other people work. And like when you go on, usually when you go on the internet and you watch people work, it's like kind of like if you watch someone's workflow, I've seen workflow videos where like, oh, I'm gonna make a dubstep song in one day. And they just like lay out all the basic elements. They're not really, they're just like kind of making a cookie cutter format of this song. They're taking like the element formats and just kind of putting it into a cookie cutter sheet and just producing a product based off other things. The way I like to work and make like my music is I don't really like to care much. I'll kind of just pull things from whatever. I take a lot of world influence. I take a lot of influence from metal and whatnot, not like literal metal elements, but just the way the thinking of that stuff goes, the mindset, and just apply it to EDM. So when I'm making music, it's not really supposed to be like a cookie cutter thing, you know? So that's one of the benefits, I think, of me coming here and doing this over you guys just watching like some guy making a dubstep song on the internet. It's like,
I got a more specific question, like with the synth, in the last song you were doing it was MIDI, and then you have some audio clips from the virus in here. What's the difference in recording the two of those? Are you recording the synth as you make it?
You have to, I call it printing. You have to print it out. I could show you exactly how I route that just right now before we get close to taking a break. Ugh, brutal. All right, there we have our sound, right? There's the best sound I've ever heard. We'll do some random automation, you know, just to make it so something's moving other than the MIDI notes. Whatever, you know, just make it so something's happening. So this is basically moving all the elements within this. So if you had this keyboard, the virus keyboard, and you were moving these knobs as playing that, it's the same thing. The way I print it out is I'll have usually an audio channel under it and open up the routing. I'll take this. This is your out. Instead of making it go to the master, I'll send it to audio 9. In. Now it's producing the sound down here and up here. And when you hit record, and there you have it. I'll typically leave, like this is audio 9. We'll just change the name to virus recording. VR, virus recording. And here we are. Here's our printed audio straight from the virus. Look at it. Or, yeah, just don't listen to it, just look at it. And that's kind of how most of my things will end up looking. And this is another thing where, let's say, this is something we didn't really end up using. Like I have it already in the arrangement window because I have a kind of a guess on where it's going to be. But let's say I just had all these things on the same part. They were all for the same part, but I didn't want to use them all, but I didn't want to delete them. You just consolidate time to new scene. This is just letting me know that the virus is not going to process normally. You have to do it, you have to like take it out of it. That just happens every time you do anything with the virus open. So it's consolidating. And there it is. So if you have, I have all these in different tracks because they're actually being used in the song. But if I had a bunch of these and I just printed more and more and more and had all these layers, I could just keep consolidating down and creating a bunch of clips and dragging them in whenever. Like, you can have the same MIDI clip. No, that's not on purpose. Also, when I printed that, I had this volume down. When I print things, make sure that everything's off and it's at normal volume, just so you get like the best copy. I don't know. Say you're like you're trying to make your sound for this part, right? You'll print that. You consolidate it to an... You can forget about it. You can make a new one. Consolidate to new scene. And then you can loop this part, mute the virus. And kind of have multiple versions of the same part. And this step has come up in a few times. There's been some songs I've made recently where almost every synth sound in the song was made to be like a drop sound, and then it just didn't end up working. So I found a use for it somewhere else in the song. So I basically made a song, everything off the same little, yeah, and just making different things and, I don't know, bouncing them down. Most of the time I use the virus though. Since I'm printing it, I won't want to print it until I know it's what I want. So I'll hold on to it for a good time. I'll have some variations. I usually will do like a fade in, a fade out. You can always cut the tails, but that's just what I do because I just like having that, the trim-ins. Should we do some Q&A before I really get into the song and start working on it?
If this is a good natural place for you to take a break, why don't we do that? And you guys have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask those as well. So I have a question here from Joe Wilczak, who wants to know, how long on average does it take you to produce one song? And how does it vary?
Like, sometimes it takes a day. Sometimes you'll have a song done in start to finish, whole day, besides like some minor mixing and whatnot. Just the bulk of the song will be done in a day. There's other songs that I'll make, and then I'll feel like like my kind of flow energy ran out on it, but I still like the idea, and I'll just save it, start a new song, and continue on with my life like any normal person. And then months later, I could come back and revisit it, pull it up again, be re-inspired, and then just be at a different state and totally take the song in a new direction. I have a song called Old Friend that was off my last EP, Clean. And the main melody and most of all the little guitar sounds, it's all MIDI guitar. It's all MIDI for acoustic guitar thing. And I made all that when I was like 18. I just saved it and had it in my... One day I was looking through like an old hard drive and I just opened up and, oh, I remember this. I really like this. I think I'm at a point now where I can make this into something that I really like. as much as I like this thing I made, and I'll transfer it over. On average, though, I think it takes a good 2.5, 3 days, like a whole day to kind of get like the gist of the song, which is the stuff I'm kind of doing right now. Like this is all day one type of stuff, and hopefully at the end of the next section we'll have a day 2 product, and that's more when the song kind of takes shape, and a day 3 is finishing touches, structuring things, adding little things, adding risers, anything just to kind of further paint the picture. So I don't know, that's more so an average process. But then again, it does happen in a day, and sometimes it takes 5 years.
Well, that's really cool to know, that just the 3-day outline.
Yeah,
That's helpful.
If it's flown real well and you're happy with it, that's usually a pace that will keep you into it. Because sometimes you'll be working on a track and you just get bored of it, and that's common all the time. So if it's flowing well and you're still into it and you keep going, 3 days is perfect.
Awesome. Okay, I have another question here from Daddy Fat Sacks, who wants to know, I notice you haven't really been mixing down that much as you go, so is that something you do in post-production? Like a whole mix down process?
Yeah.
It's another really bad internet name, by the way.
Yeah, it's a terrible name.
One.
Yeah.
Terrible name. What I like to do is I'll mix to where it's tolerable. If it's terrible, like I won't want to make music if it's sounding bad. If it's just a few quick little fixes to get it a little bit better of a mix. A lot of people mix as they go. I kind of do, but I don't really do the more advanced stuff until the post sections of the process. That's an issue a lot of people have, and a lot of my friends will have, is they will won't stop mixing down what they're doing instead of keep making it go further, you know? And that's mixing. It gets creative as well. Like, for a while, I was getting really into making pretty much as most minimalistic sounds and elements as I could make, but making them as big as I could in the mix. And that's another way it's almost like sound design at that point. Even though you're mixing and you're filling all the space of the frequency range, it's just always depends. These are a little more so content based and melody based and whatnot. So most of the mixing will probably be later on once I have the elements I think I need to finish the song out. But yeah, I kind of play it case by case. Sometimes I'll notice if I have like a song that I just is not really there, but there, I'll like mix it to death, and I'll notice that be like not the best thing to do. Sometimes it's better just to have even the unfinished mix, just so you can keep in that kind of demo mindset a little bit longer to add some more ideas and whatnot. But yeah, I mix as I go to get it tolerable. This is where probably one of the biggest pains in the whole music making process that you could run into. And it happens a few ways. Sometimes it happens within one track. You won't actually have writer's block, which is kind of a dark cloud over your existence, to where just anything you attempt to do doesn't really work. And there's no real better explanation for that other than that. That sometimes you just get in like a funk and things just don't work. And a way I will work out of that is I'll just shift gears. I'll just screw around with other things that I don't really care about and have fun. And sometimes it pulls through for me, and sometimes it doesn't. And then when that happens, you just got to be aware and call it. But that's one part. Writer's block. The other part is getting stuck within individual tracks, which I know a lot of people have problems with. How do you take your your C track to the B, or the B track to the A, meaning getting it finished. A good point is everyone has this, but you have a full hard drive of a bunch of songs that you're working on, and you can't really seem to pull any of them together. That's usually a bad thing because they're in your hard drive and they're not finished, and people in the world aren't listening to them, and obviously. That happens to me a lot. I'll have, like, for every EP I do, there'll be like or let's say I have a 5-song EP, there'll probably be like a total of 8 songs or 9 songs that I had going at one point that just didn't really make the cut. So having a hard drive full of projects is real common, and yeah, but the goal is to move them along and finish them and be happy with your finished products so you can move on with your life. Yeah, so one of the biggest things I like to do with writer's block is starting it before it ever happens. And I have dubbed this nursing an idea. Nursing idea is basically where you're kind of developing things, and I've talked about this and kind of showed this through, oh yeah, we did download a new thing where you can see what buttons I'm pressing. So if you guys don't know the command, you can look at this right here, and that's all that is, in case you're like, oh, I didn't recognize that before. But yeah, I've talked about this while we've been working along, like with this, and just kind of blueprinting out and the whole painting a picture and sketching things out. That's a big picture idea that I shared earlier, but it also applies to the specifics as well. Now we're moving along with this song, getting like a good bass source sound or something. I'm just going to use bass because that's let's just make a bass line for this part. And a good point with nursing an idea with the bass line is, especially with this way of doing it with the virus where you got to print it and move on, if you take the bass line to the fullest extent and you can't really go back on it, you're going to have a hard time changing other things around to suit your bass line. So if that's the way you want to make the song, have the bass line be the main thing and everything else kind of complement it, that's one way to do that. But in this instance, where a bass line is coming into the track kind of at a later point in the game where I've already had a good amount of ideas going on, like I have this little drum thing popping in. Hold on. Ignore what I'm doing right now. I'll talk about what I'm doing right now a little later. All right, so yeah, like I was saying, I have a bunch of little elements going on, and I kind of want them all to work together at the same time. Nothing is really taking it to that concrete level yet, and that's on purpose. I like to move quickly, especially when things are flowing well. I don't like to sit around and tinker with these for hours and hours until it sounds the way I think I want it to sound. Like this is almost like a placeholder, and I could always come back to it, and that's for a reason. Much better. So again, this is at a point in this song where I'm going to develop it in a way to where hopefully along the lines it's kind of all coming at one swoop. Nothing's really getting too far ahead of itself. It's all kind of developing as one, but I'm taking that at a bunch of different angles. So you have this stuff is all kind of strange, and then I don't know. You know what I mean, right, guys? You following me? I like when I'm talking and you guys kind of do this. It's yeah, it's reassuring.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, so what you're saying is you've got a few different things going on. None of them are quite finished. You're kind of moving everything along one step at a time. Like rather than finishing one thing, you're working on a bunch of different things at once and moving them each along one step.
Yeah, exactly. Like as I was the first time I opened it up, this is something I drew out a few days ago. All the velocities and the timings are a little strange and different, and they're not all perfect yet. They're not exactly how they should be, but I just like the way it was enough to move forward with creating ideas and progressing through the track. So now that I have all these little things, I can kind of expand it a little more. This is something that I always want to do, but sometimes just don't think about when I'm actually in the groove. But I'll save a copy, and I'll be like, let's just say before segment 3. So anything I do in this session, I could always go back to if I move it in the wrong direction. And that also is nice because it gives you like a little bit of freedom to really screw things up, you know? By screw things up, I mean like you could take this and move it over there, or just like do things that you wouldn't do if you were worried about losing it forever, you know? So this is like an intro. Actually, we're just gonna drag everything to give us some space. This is just gonna be some rough outlining. Actually, so I felt like the first time we listened to this kind of stuff moving along really quickly. It changes really fast, and it doesn't really give you a lot of time to be able to tell what's going on. So this is, its point is kind of a release and a build at the same time. I think there's just a few better ways we can make this blend. These claps kind of come out of nowhere, but I do like how they stop right here, because then it just kind of gets you to focus on this. You know, soloing through time part of the song. And that's like something I encourage too. If you're like in a room making music and you're not like into it, that's not very fun. So I like if you're making home and you're kind of getting into it, don't feel goofy. That's kind of the fun part, you know. So if you're in your room by yourself and you're listening to this and you're going like this, let it go, you know. Don't be afraid. Now, this is kind of a rise in a build. Like I was saying earlier, this was the int patch, and over time it detunes. Reverb comes in, and the reverb kind of fades out at the end, so it becomes more clear. So it's getting like kind of spacey but detuned, and then it kind of gets sucked back in at the very end, which is a pretty good way to have it release and build at the same time, just subtly, you know? One of the elements when I was making this that I don't think we've really highlighted as far as playing it, and an idea that I wanted to play more with, and this is why I have it over here as well. It's just deactivated. Is this. It reminds me of like, kind of like big room rock, ring out, you know? Almost like a football movie. And that's something that I think, what is this? The ping pong delay. Let's start this out being strange. Actually, we should probably fix the pretty sweet. Like I like how it doesn't sound like it's on a grid. I like how it sounds a little more, you know, natural, not so much electronic. The electronic part, I'm mainly planning on having it, whatever we have for this section right here, the VR, the virus recording. I'm hoping it to not be as abstract and off the grid as this, and have it kind of really tie this stuff together. But we don't know what that is yet, so we're kind of just carving the path for it, you know? I kind of want the best way to get like this sound coming out of nowhere. Sounds kind of strange. So what I'm going to do is just make
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Rain123 asks, what do you do when an idea splits into what's clearly two different songs but it's still similar enough to seem like you're ripping off the other song. How do you develop both ideas without seeming as though you're copying yourself?
I've had that happen to me before, where I've actually made them into two different songs. I just made them somewhat relatable. You can kind of take it whatever way you want to. You can develop both directions separately, just see how you feel. Sometimes that is also a good thing if you make two things that sound pretty similar, especially if you're going for a specific sound. It's not a bad thing to reuse the same kicks, snares, something you've made in a previous song and bring it up again. That's not a bad thing to do. Sometimes I think it benefits, you know, kind of especially if you're using like a clap you really like, you use it a few times, almost adds to your style in a little bit. A few years ago, I had an earlier release called High Lion that had a part called By Lion and a part called High Lion, and they're both from the same exact thing. I think High Lion was originally a remix of By Lion, and they just came out pretty different, so I'd used them both. There's no rules.
Like that one Hatebreed song that's the outro to one album and then the intro to the next one?
Just like that. Yeah, so you could take it any way you want it, you know? There's a million ways to skin a cat.
Thanks.
If it's like, see how I have all this, it's showing the full piano roll, and it's showing all this like MIDI data and whatnot. If you hit fold, it just only displays the notes you're using, which is pretty dope. So like, I like the way these two notes sound. If you want to play within the melody or whatever, you could just kind of, it just makes it easier to look at it. You're not distracted by all the other black and white keys. So basically the role of what I just did was, I liked when I was listening to this and I had this on and I hit these, I liked the way it sounded over it, so I just made it into something. So as it's building, that little note from the beginning kind of puts back on the beginning part. And then whatever our bass sound may be, or main driving force, which was this junk. Comes in at the second bar, so it's like we have probably just straight sound, and then there's also that little cool drop right there, so it's not having the impact on the first one. I don't know. I like doing that stuff. So now, like with just a little bit of stuff we've kind of doing, you can see how all angles are gradually kind of pulling together towards the general idea, which, like at this point, I have a pretty good feeling of where this is going, and it's just going to be a lot of stuff, like little things like this, just to kind of help, I don't know, trim the edges of, it's like when you're just like any other like art stuff, like a sculptor just kind of like chiseling it away. It's the same kind of thing as nursing an idea. You know, I'm not really taking any of these to a full. I'm not spending too much time on much. I'm just kind of like, this is something, idea pops in your head, throw it over there, and that's why I like Ableton, because it's super easy to do things really fast like that, and just like, all right, boom, 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 and just kind of keep filling in things until it just something starts coming up from the ashes, like the phoenix in our dream scene right here. You know, we're going. Let's throw it up. Oh, you had a question?
When you say nursing idea, you're referring to like the overall track, not really getting bogged down on one sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Zula Shanti in the chat says that you have invented a new genre of chill trap.
Cheers. Yeah, Clean was pretty trappy and pretty chill. This is, I don't know if he's referring to this or that. Well, it doesn't matter. Thanks, man. So I think you guys get the concept of how to get unstuck by looking at it before you get stuck.
So when you're kind of floating ideas around on the page and you kind of feel like you've got like that center idea, do you ever feel sometimes like you're getting painted into a corner and you don't know how to wind it down? I mean, do you just turn off instrument by instrument? I mean, how sometimes do you sort of wind down to like an ending or kind of pull that out?
Your question is just going to shift.
I'm like, am I
a whole gear? No, it's perfect. Something like I'm adding a lot of different things, and you could see how like things just start happening. And like you said, you'll add too many things that'll get away from your original idea. One of the biggest things to kind of go like, I guess, get unstuck in that sense is taking things back and like finding a way to go back to where you originally were, you know? And earlier I talked about one of my songs, Blue Milk, having it be this really simple track, really minimal, which it is, but I remember screwing around with all kinds of melodies and all kinds of other things, and then like I would add a bunch of stuff and then remove a bunch of stuff, and add a bunch of stuff and remove a bunch of stuff. For that very reason, I was getting stuck because I was going too far, and eventually I just like realized that it was good how it was, you know? But this is a song with a ton of things going on. This is a project that I made a few projects and songs specifically for this class. After traveling all summer, I didn't have like a bunch of new music that I was going to be in here going over. So when I got back from Australia and Japan, I just started doing exactly what you guys are watching, which is just start like making things. And anytime they would get to a certain point, I'd just stop. It was like once the idea was kind of there, I'd just cut it off and I don't know, talk about them when they're works in progresses, ideas in progresses, because that's kind of the stuff that we're going to be, that's what we're talking about, you know? If I opened up a bunch of older songs that I've finished and whatnot, that you could just dissect things. You can't see the process with that, you know? So this is one. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess we could listen to it, or just listen to like it's only the idea. There's a ton of ideas in here, and it actually looks really unorganized, which is pretty good because we could totally trim this whole thing down, organize it, and then move forward based off our new thing. So, perfect question, man. Let's just have a listen to it. I'll explain this stuff later. But yeah, get the point. I was laughing because I haven't heard this with, we have a sub in the room here, and I haven't heard it with a sub in the room. This is just like, I'll talk about sub and sign in a second, but it's a part of the process that you can do kind of at any point. Actually, I know a lot of people prefer to do it at the very end, and it's real important, but there's not a lot for your ears to hear, so it's one of those strange things. Like a lot of times I'll put it in the mix just to have that presence in the mix, even though it's not really doing what it's supposed to be doing. I just kind of like tune that part out, you know? So that's the explanation for the sub, and for my laughter. So I feel like this whole intro part is pretty good, but over here is where we especially have a ton of crazy ideas going on, and a lot of disorganization. And it's really easy to get real organized really fast in Ableton with these things called groups that are, when it was, especially early on, like my first 2 weeks with the program, I was like, this is badass. It was just so easy to like consolidate things and just get them out of your face, and you could deal with them later just with like a click, like a, just to do it really, really fast. Here's the virus. We won't screw it. This is the main bass line.
Question for you before you get started. It's one that's come up a couple times, this time from our buddy Michael Montoya from Goliath.
Michael Montoya.
Do you know a lot about music theory? I've noticed a lot of your melodies work really well with each other in your EDM stuff and your DTG stuff. Are you following scales, or do you just do it by ear? And a bunch of other people have asked variations on this question.
You could talk a good amount about that. As far as like personally, I know a good amount of theory, but I can't like sit down at a piano with. I'm actually learning how to play a piano currently, like with sheet music and all that stuff, because I feel like I've gone so far on this part that like I've used music and notes and melodies so much, but without having like the actual sheet music part, I feel like I'm trying to go back and play some catch-up. So
Like
I'm actually
that's the
learning how
next
to play.
frontier.
Yeah, I'm learning how to play Lean On Me with some sheet music. I actually got pretty decent at it before Warped Tour, and now I'm probably at square one again. So there goes that.
We call it tickling the ivory.
Tickling the ivory. I would, like with DTG, like I'll play in scales that I'll look up on the internet. There's some great keyboard, just note scales, but you could pick like a root, and then what kind of scale. There's like so many different kinds of scales that are bigger than major and minor, and then they'll just like highlight the keys for you. There's also,
Do you ever use the easy keys? Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
that was the other thing I was going to talk about. Easy keys is something I'll occasionally use. I used to use it a lot more. Most of the time now, though, as soon as I get a decent melody that I like, I'll just start going with it. I'm not like I'm like a pretty melodic producer, but I don't spend too much time with melody as far as looking at it like on piano roll or something. Open up a drum rack. Check out this melody, guys. But I was thinking about that before this course and talking about like just the musical aspects of creating music. Like everything we've been talking about is mostly like producer, beat maker type of stuff. There's a whole nother gate of this stuff that is music, you know? Like just the fundamentals of music. And I didn't really want to get too into it just because that's, I don't know, people go to school for like 8 years for that stuff. Like, I don't want to get into that. But yeah, there's just continuing on with where we were going. TuneTrack, thank God for TuneTrack, has this program called Easy Keys. And off the back, it looks like a sweet keyboard, right? You know, like I'll load up this one. This is the one that originally came out. Those other two are 2 newer programs, or 2 newer expansions. And like, I could play Lean On Me for you. Oh, wait. besides the point. But
I think you should keep going with your piano lessons. There's room for improvement.
I haven't actually opened this in a second and talked about this specific thing, but it is something I've used in the past a good amount. They have these. These are just chords. And by default it's in C major, and it follows the host. You can have it not, or because some of these are, I think it's in here. Some of these get tempo synced, and if you hit follow host, they'll play it at the host speed, which is 93 beats per minute. But when you get into the nitty-gritty of the program, it's a ton more than just a pretty bitchin' piano. It opens up this whole bucket of worms. And I've used this a pretty good amount of times. Like, these are basic chords, but if you put a whole melody in there, it could change the whole key, the whole room, everything. And it's an amazing way to kind of like demo out different chords and scales and whatnot with just an amazing program. And like, this is something that Toontrack's released that a lot of people just glossed over it as a keyboard, but it's actually a really awesome songwriting tool, especially for those of you who I don't know, aren't the most melodic sons of guns on the planet, you know? This will kind of up your game. And I've used this a lot. It's a great tool. It's super easy to use. You can build whole things in here and drag them out. You can drag things in, I believe. Let me find some MIDI. Like this, sick. Well, we'll figure that out later. It's besides the point. There's definitely a way to get that in there, and you could spend some time on that with your own time. But moving along, that was a pretty well-covered question. Would you say so? All right. Where were we? We were going to strip some things away, correct? And
yes,
organize this mess.
Exactly. We're gonna talk about how to move your song forward by taking stuff away.
So I have a ton of things in here, and this is already kind of things have been kind of taken away. This is actually a few steps before I think it would really kind of sink the point home. But I can definitely go over the process for where I was a few steps behind and kind of catch y'all up to speed. So here, while I'm doing this, I'm going to organize and name all these things. Like this one, like this is called Matrix. It's actually turned off. But it just had it like a real matrixy vibe, you know. And then this especially. Like both these are muted, so let's group up all of our matrixy stuff, which is also most of the intro stuff, including this like 007 surface level sound. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. If you hold Command and hit G, it groups them all together and just calls it group. This is going to be our matrix group. Matrix. And to hide all this nonsense, you just, boom. It shows you like a little tiny brief outline of what it looks like, what's actually in there, by just showing you simple bars with the same color as the actual region. That way, it's totally out of sight. When we go to the very bottom, it's not there. Perfect. It's out of sight, out of mind. We can move on. Now, for the drop part, which is this, a dark pad. And then it has this whole, and all this whole chunk is the same audio file. So when you open it up, it's all one file, which means that at one point, this was organized in the virus to be like this big stretch. Kind of, I wonder what this actually is. Just the int patch. But at one point, this was all a heavily automated virus line. And I spent a good amount of time on it because, like, once you print it, you can't go back. So I had to make sure I loved it. Loved it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm probably not going to change it. The only thing that could probably be a pain is later on is the way I automated this. But then again, this is a post-production automation, most of it. So it's in the audio file. You can do a good amount with, I mean, that's all pre-production. The source has a bunch of automation in it. You could further automate it to death with all kinds of plugins to help it fit your song later if it goes a different direction. But for now, this works totally fine. So yeah, without further ado, I'm gonna go and
That track that you're on right now, there's like some text over there to the left. Are those notes to yourself, or what is that?
Over here.
Yes.
This is just
No. On the line, like a little bit up.
I gotta look at your point of view. Am I going hot or cold?
You got some text on the track that you're on right now.
The track, this track?
Yeah.
Oh, over here. This is
yeah,
just saying clip deactivated. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and you got some over to the left there too.
When you hit 0 on a track, it just turns it off. It's basically muting it,
Okay.
and it hauls it out and says clip deactivated. But there will be times I take notes. They're not really good notes or that important. It's usually something that like I thought I would forget and then spent the next hour doing, and then it's like, great, glad I wrote it down. But good question. Like, this is a pretty cool idea that was muted. I probably just had it on hand. Like I said, this whole consolidate. For the time being, that vocal sample will not be in this track. Vocal sample comes courtesy of the Big Chocolate sample pack, which is private and filled with my buddy Luke Malta L, doing all kinds of weird vocals. So if you got a friend that could do some strange vocals, or strange anything with his mouth, you know what I'm talking about. Sit them down, record them for a while, and create yourself a nice original sample bank that you can call your own. That's important. And like I did that sample pack with Luke, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, and I've been using his vocal samples in pretty much every release along the way. And like you can't even tell at some points. Like they're just vocals in general. You can just edit them to death. You can reuse them. You can stretch them out. They serve a purpose. But sorry, we're muting you, and you can go away until we're at a different point. But let's. All right. So this is a synth. But I take this Easy Mix guitar amp, Big Bad Wolf #1, turn it on, and it sounds like a guitar. pretty slammy guitar, if you ask me. So we have quite a bit of elements going on right here that I haven't played yet, because we keep making great points, guys. Cheers. This was a line I made after kind of going directly after the Matrix kind of vibey stuff. I think in this part it's supposed to be as a build. But like there's a ton of things going on, right? So we're basically going to take all the things that are kind of up in the air. And we're just going to gather them all in an old folder, group them together, and hit unused accents, which kind of these have all kind of become. At some point, like this guitar, I'm pretty sure it was here at a main part, like instead of this bass line. It at one point was this. But we're going to hopefully develop this into the second part right here, which has the guitar already in it, unmuted. So we've given ourselves a strange kind of break. Usually, I'd want this to... let's do it up here. So we have time to fade in a new sound and kind of build it up again. So this sample right here is coming from this rise, which over time, we're going to double it over here. And then kind of use a segment from over here where it's not as, there's not as much going on in the content. Jeez. All right, so let's, I keep saying we're going to do this, and then I never do it, which is organizing. Because that will definitely help us move along quicker. I'm getting distracted with my own sloppy workspace. And again, this is just part of the process, which you guys are seeing. I'm giving you a first-hand view of the realness and the frustrations of doing this. So here's some more rubbish. I'm going to throw this into our matrix submix. How you do that is you take the chain, you just kind of highlight it over, and boom, it's now a matrix sound. Now, when you group something, it also makes a submix. I'm going to call this StarCraft level. Reminds you of a StarCraft level. It's a good way to remember it. It creates a submix, so anything you put on this is going to affect all these sounds. So, just so you know. So now, as you can see earlier, when we were looking at this, we were scrolling all over the place. Now our scrolling won't even scroll up and down, you know? Before it was like all this stuff going on, all these tabs open, all this stuff, all this automation stuff. You could do this. And a quick way I always do that is with the mouse. You can close everything and open everything pretty quick with going left, down, left, down. And this is something I'll do when I'm structuring it out, you know, get a good view at how it looks. But right now we're just doing it to kind of ease up the eyes so we can move this along, you know? Like right here we have 2, 3 easy drummer things. We'll group them all together. Easy days. This reverb is basically a master for the sends. I have all my reverbs that are sends going to this. Wherever it went. Where'd it go? It's not a matrix sound. And you just drag it out. So we're going to put this at the bottom. And this is good to do. Like I said earlier, if you're working and you're just going to town, like I kind of was at a certain point in this, you'll look at it later on. Like if I came back to this in 6 months, I'd be like, what the hell is going on? But now that I'm doing this, it's going to be a lot easier to look at now and later. Or if you're like sharing this with someone else, you know, you're collaborating and you want to share a project, you don't want to give them a bunch of slop because that also could hurt the progress, you know? They could be spending all this time looking through your super messy project and kind of missing the points that you feel like you're making with the project just because it's not graphically illustrated. And that's one of my favorite things in Ableton is the ability just to kind of like shorten things down, close things out, but still have them be working. And it also has a utility too with the grouping function. I was making a submix. Submixing is a concept I didn't really understand until a lot later. The routing and logic wasn't as natural and obvious as this is. Like when I do that, it's like, oh, these go to this master. It's kind of like a no duh. But I remember the first time someone explained submixing to me, I was like, what are you talking about? And it just, I don't know. If I learned this way, it probably would have been like never even would have thought about it. But that's basically what it is. Grouping is also submixing in some respect. So yeah, moving along, we have, what is this? Oh, the annoying vocals. And to rename things, it's just Command R. It's super simple. You don't end up doing, what is this? Like I've been doing this whole time, every 5 seconds. So this is definitely a way to like clean up a project so you can kind of give a fresh look at it. What else are we missing? We have the vocals, a kick, a snare, percussion, our main bass line, which is this, correct? Bass. And this, which seems to serve no purpose. So now that we are all cleaned up and ready for dinner, we can move forward with our song. Is there any questions about what I'm doing right now?
Yeah.
So I'm not.
So like I know you're talking about going through and organizing things and cleaning them up and like going over getting unstuck and whatnot. Do you try and like I know you talked about too earlier like people have just like files or folders full of files and stuff like started project and stuff. Do you try and go through and do this with all your project? Like once you get to that point where you're like I want to go back and revisit this later, do you try and clean them all up? Or do you just do that mainly on the ones you know you're going to focus on?
You mean do I clean them up when I go back to them, or do I clean them up before I bail on them? Yeah. I don't know. I was in a really good habit for a while of just doing this as I went along, and I guess just the summer of traveling kind of broke my good habits. So usually I try and just have this nice organized, nicely labeled kind of workflow. Just try and make it a part of what I do. Again, nobody's perfect. I slipped with this, but I'm kind of showing you guys the progress. And the projects that I have gone back to and everything's been labeled, it's been extremely helpful. Like the last thing I want to do is what I've been doing right now, and this project's like a week old, 2 weeks old maybe, you know? Like if this was 2 months old, it would have been, yeah, it just would have been a pain. This just makes it a lot easier. And if you do this on the way, it creates for a healthy lifestyle.
You were talking earlier about like the parts of the interface that were a little harder to learn. I mean, is there any one part that you felt was just the toughest when you were coming into Ableton Live, kind of just to grok at once, or?
Yeah, I didn't like the way the plugin change looked. In most of the other ones, instead of having clips here, you could fill them with little samples or grooves. It would be your plugins, and now in Ableton, your plugins are just down here, and you can't view them all at the same time. You got to go through the ones and look at them, you know. And that I didn't like that at all the first time I came around to it, but now it makes a ton of sense to me. It makes me focus on that, on like why these plugins are there, you know, and like I think it just draws more attention to this when you're just working on this channel. You're not really looking at, in Logic, I remember copying, like I like the way this mixes, and I just like copy all these plugins over, and just, I don't think that's a good way to do it. I like kind of doing it from scratch every time. So yeah, that was one of the big things that took me a while. Another one was just little mechanical things, like having all this stuff on this side and not on this side. Everything's kind of switched in Ableton. Other than that, it went pretty naturally. Again, it took me like a weekend, which is pretty good. That being said, like I knew how to make music. I was pretty good at it by the point when I started using Ableton, but it was literally like and then there's nothing before that snap, you know? So yeah, that was one of the few things that kind of stuck out to me in the beginning. Beginning meaning that first weekend. Anything going on in internet land?
Always. Question from Taco Time.
Taco time!
Taco time!
Taco time!
Question is he panning things as he goes along, or what is his approach to creating space in his mixes?
I like to use... I like to use reverb to create space. That's kind of what reverb is. And reverb's a pretty, it's something that everyone uses right off the back, and it's also like at the far end of the spectrum, like some of the most advanced things in music production can be done with reverb and are done with reverb. And that's kind of like a big mixing thing that just takes a lot of time and a lot of ear and whatnot. But I'll use reverbs, like for instance, these just ones just get loaded up. These are my favorite reverbs. We got like let's use a hall and a plate. These are both two different kinds of reverbs, two different kinds of spaces. And usually how I'll build a space, and they're all pre-post. So let's make a sound.
These are just stock Ableton reverbs, yes?
Yeah, these are actually Max for Live reverbs, but with Ableton 9, they're stock. Now here's something I used to do when I first got Ableton, and this is kind of a weird way. I don't know if other people have ever done this, but this is just kind of cool. I'll explain it as I go, but let me just get going on it. It's not very matrixy, but whatever. So, let's take all these and just mute them for now. So if you have them on pre, the send sends before the fader. If you have it on post, it sends this sound. So whatever this sound is coming out, it'll send on top of that. And both serve a purpose, but I'm going to use pre for now. So now we have two signals, right? This is the one going to the master, and this one is going to this group. If I send these to A and B, here it kind of makes it a tad bigger. Well, it just creates a space. And this stuff is, like I said, gets really deep, but this is just some strange ways I make space using reverb. So now we have these reverbs coming out, but we still have the dry sound, which is out of this. So now we have a little bit of the piano is in a dimensional room now. We put it in a space, and we've given it its thing, and it's working. But something I like to do that's just kind of weird that I'll share with you guys is the sound going out of here is stereo, and then it's going to these two reverbs. But I like to send, see this width? I'll make it mono. So the sound coming out of here is directly in the middle. But then you have the stereo signal sending to these reverbs, right? I have this really mono-sounding piano with rich stereo reverb. It's kind of cool. I don't know. That was just me doing something. We're going to delete that really great chord progression I spent a long time making and start over.
Well, there was a question that came in from Mouse Factory who says, in your track Write Up and others, the bass has a distorted heavy sound that I cannot seem to duplicate. Can you go over briefly the makeup of that bass?
Write Up in other songs?
That's right, yeah, Write Up and others.
I know Write Up has, is he talking about the bass line or the sub bass?
The bass. It says the bass has the distorted heavy sound.
That is a fair question. It sounds like the bass line, but...
That could be a few things.
Well, we can ask Mouse Factory and let them, whoever they are, say in the chat room something more specific.
I'll talk about it later in the next section. The next section is about going over mixing and mastering and whatnot, and I'll get into how things change in the mixing to mastering stage. That might be something he's taught. I'm not really positive, not really 100% coherent on where that guy's trying to go.
All right, well, maybe we can wait until they come back in and we can ask you another one.
Sounds good.
Do you want to do that? Okay. Mitch Argon, another question from Dad.
Mitch Argon says, I wonder if it's actually my dad.
No, I don't think...
We could ask him a secret question.
I don't think he'd be on there asking questions.
The saving one, maybe, but this one, I don't think so.
Is there a way we can ask him a question and then have him answer and only he knows the answer? That way we can test it out?
I don't know. Dad, if it's you, send me a text message and I'll confirm in the next segment if you're an impersonator or not.
There we go.
Because only the real Mitch Argon would have my phone number.
There we go. All right, well, Mitch Argon in the chat room said, is he always starting with the arrangement before making the main part of the song, like chorus or drop, or does it vary?
It kind of varies. When I start with a sound, if I find that sound that's that main sound, it'll kind of start the structuring from that point. I don't know. This is how most of my songs will start. It's not like very rarely will I have like a full structuring complete and then start filling in the blanks. You can do that. And that's what I was kind of doing with this. I was just kind of advancing it. So we have our intro. Yeah, our intro, our like main little. Sorry, man. Little section here, a little like, it's like an intro, but it's still kind of leading in. And then a rise, and then a drop. And then a little tiny rise again, which we started building. And what I was doing with this is I was dragging elements from previously in the song that I've spent time making already. And I was going to fill this up, create some movement, and then chisel away at it. So kind of build a section like that, taking things from other places I've made in the song and then sculpting them in and chiseling away. So then we have this, which is kind of like a B drop. It's not really a drop, but it's just, I don't know, just stuff. What you could do is finish the structuring like this. And there we have it. It's like 3 minutes and 15 seconds. That's not a... See, like that, if that wasn't really labeled and I didn't hear a matrix sound I wanted to mute, you know, I would have been finding it in there. But since that, it was just really quick and easy. And that's kind of what it's about to me. It's just cutting down the time it takes to do really simple things and the more time you have to create stuff. So like that was really subtle, but that's also one of the really nice things about having it all really organized is just being able to go to things really quickly cancel them out, and then resume the screen where you can keep working, you know? And just subtle things like that I've probably been doing this whole time, but don't really usually point out. I don't know. Those are just some things to think about. Cut down cost, because time is money, gentlemen and ladies. And you don't want to be caught dead with this matrix sound not muted and not knowing where it is. But anyways, moving along, I kind of just, this is all just kind of going with right now. We have it kind of starting over, but we also have this section where things are kind of picking up. What I'm leaning towards doing is introducing a new sound here, but having it fade in similar to how this one fades in or this one fades in, but then have it kind of take us on almost like a bridge. Yeah, exactly like a bridge, but starting from here, and then it will fade into this, and this could go either way. This could be our ending. This could be drop number 2. You know, just moving it along in ways where you're just constantly trying to progress, not really sitting there thinking about it too much. And this is where, like, someone was talking about mixing. This is where I wouldn't want to sit down and just keep mixing, because then it just kind of refines what you're doing more. And the more open and unperfect you have it, I think the better you're suited to just keep kind of going. You're not really given a care, you know. So yeah, let's make a sound our interlude sound from scratch. So here's how I do that. This virus already has some automation programming on it. Hit configure and delete these things. Again, I don't really know what I'm going with this. I'm just kind of doing things, you know. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to serve the purpose. Let's use this. Like, it's a pretty simple melody, you know? We're just kind of putting in sounds to it and seeing what happens without spending too much time for time's sake. Ooh. Accidental awesomeness. Also, hitting B opens up this little pen tool, and it works both in piano roll and for this good stuff. And the way I'm going to use it here is with this delay selected. We're going to add little tiny different levels of delays. now we've only listened to the sounds. Probably gonna sound really weird to all this context, but let's just see where it goes. It's just a part of the process, guys. It's just a part of the process. What the hell's that? Oh. Let's use that. Just for the hell of it. Wait. Sorry, guys. My bad. That's a little cool blueprint for like just a extreme change. So yeah, you guys are kind of getting the point of how I move things along, or just the way just the things I'll start to do. Just start adding things, and like right now it's getting messy again over here, but once we have a ton of stuff going on and start chiseling it away, it'll start to kind of take shape a bit more. But that's going to take time we don't have. So is there any other questions?
Yep, there are questions. Furore wants to know if you can show us how to do the growl bass. A lot of people are asking about that.
Growl basses?
Your growl bass.
I haven't made... The growl bass I used to use a lot. I don't even have that plugin on this computer. I talked about it a bit earlier, though. It was done through resampling. I took a real multi-voiced polyphonic sound. You know, a lot going on in the sound, and basically when I put it in, I got that melodizing program, which most people get for vocals, among other things. It's extremely useful for a ton of stuff, including things like drums, which you didn't think pitch would do much with, but it's pretty fun. And I basically dragged it in there, dragged it into there, and played with the transpose and a bunch of other stuff to get the growls coming out, and then basically a bunch of resampling. And when you're resampling, just be aware that if you bounce it down and you leave like a distortion on or something, that's going to keep carrying over and carrying over and carrying over. So you want to keep it as clean as possible so you can do most of it later. I can definitely make some cool, show you guys a neat way to do some bass. We'll start a new track. And this is kind of like a resampling technique I would use. Let's bring this down. Now. This was something I would do quite often to get growly, Reese type sounds, which I hope should point this guy in the right direction. This might take me a second to visit memory lane. Jeez, sorry guys. Sorry. But this is just kind of like manual filtering when you're at. Now it doesn't sound like much, it just sounds like I'm doing some filtering, which I get that. But when you distort it, let's just use this because it's quick. And if you automate that in some gnarly ways and spend some time, you'll get some growls. But this was how I would do it. And I like it because it's so, like you could see this isn't like a really like dialed in thing. You just kind of like see whatever goes with it, and that's why I like it. You produce different results every time. Keeps it interesting, guys. That's actually pretty badass. I don't know. I hope that steers that human being in the right direction.
And we have some thank yous to do before we get moving, so I just want to do a quick shout out to Ableton and a thank you. And if you guys could also give them some social media love, just tweet out at Ableton, let them know you're watching Cam on CreativeLIVE and that you appreciate their support. That would be awesome. The more we do that, the better chances we have of more courses like this. So shout out to Ableton. Thank you very much to them. Also, thank you to the CreativeLIVE audience. You guys are what make CreativeLIVE possible. So we appreciate all you guys coming and turning out and watching something new that maybe you haven't been part of before. So we appreciate you guys and keep coming back. We are going to have a lot more courses coming up. Also, thanks to the CreativeLIVE crew. We have so many people working behind the scenes that make this possible. Thanks to our sound guys in the booth. And thank you also to Scott, who is behind the scenes in the chat room. Also, thank you to our in-studio audience. You three guys have been awesome. Thanks for asking questions and coming out. We appreciate it. And with that, we also, last but not least, want to thank Mr. Cam Argon. Big sigh. Aw, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, hopefully we can have you back for more
I really
of these.
like this newscaster thing that you have going on.
Yeah, he's
It
like
really
it.
works.
I really get why they do that now.
You're digging
They're
it.
kind of like reading the notes as like a commercial ending in 3, 2.
Right.
you know,
And we're
last
back.
glance. Kind of get readjusted.
The coffee, it's really, you're a natural.
All right, with that, I think we're ready for you to take it away, Cam.
Finishing songs. In this segment, I'm not going to really finish a song. I'm just going to talk about all the many things that go into finishing a song. And then at the end, you should see why I didn't actually finish a song. Deal? Deal. Last year I did 25 songs that are released and out into the world, on top of like 4 or 5 months touring. It's basically a song a week, which is, I feel like a pretty good rate. I feel like this last year I've put out a ton of content, and my work ethic has been pretty much on it. So I'm pretty proud of that statement. And this is, again, this whole class is about how I do things, my workflow. And I'm just going to tell you a lot about what's going through my mind when you're finishing all these songs. Structuring an arrangement is probably the kind of the beginning of the end when it comes to the finishing part. We're going to open up a different song. Mitch Argon says, "Oh, I forgot about you." So, with structuring,
I mean, who would have thought that we'd have appearances from Susan and Mitch Argon today?
Yeah, it's a real
and
big,
your mom. I mean, it's a family.
I know,
Oh, you threw me off with the Susan.
It's a family affair.
So wait, did we decide it was your dad?
No,
It wasn't.
No text message came through. All right.
Shout out to Kevin Wright. Who, Mitch Argon? Yeah, that's exactly what I can picture him doing. Like dying on the couch, just laughing his head off. So this is a song that it has all the main elements to kind of be carried out into a finished structuring. I don't know what this is. Let me just get rid of it. I move it away. Let's listen to the song, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll do some basic structuring, and then we'll talk about just the things that kind of go through my mind when we're doing this. Like I said, if you're not like grooving out to your songs when you're making them, you're doing it wrong. basically, it's a pretty good, clean-cut section, and already has a pretty good listenable mix. Sometimes instead of saying listenable, I'll say playable, and that's a pretty common word. Playable means you could listen to it in a car, and it will sound appropriate, you know? That doesn't really mean done, or final, or masters, or all that good stuff. So that's kind of where this song is at. Now, what I think about when I'm structuring is mostly just based off my gut, like this is where I want it to go. And a lot of my songs won't have a typical structuring, which is good and bad, depending on how you're listening to it. But this, we're going to give it a pretty, I guess, typical arrangement for now, just so you guys can kind of see how I do it, especially in Ableton, because you could do it really quickly. Because this is pretty organized, as you could see up on this little window. It gives a pretty good, like, little layout of how the song is kind of played out. So I want to have some kind of bridge right here for at least 2 bars. I mean, 2 like little sections that just for 16 bars. Sorry. This was a sound that didn't really work too well in the beginning of my track. One of those things that I made and stripped down eventually. I'm going to try and attempt to make a pretty alright bridge, you know? And then we'll keep talking about other things, like the more important parts of finishing a song when you actually have your arrangement done, which is mixing, mastering, and all that hard stuff to think about, because there's really no concrete way any of this is supposed to be done for your own standards, you know? Nice little... That doesn't really sound like anything. Hold on, let's make sure this... Oh. This is not the sound we're going to use. That's pretty badass, though. What are we doing in here? I'm actually just creating a chunk of things that are building and will build. Wait, what am I doing? Let's take this. We already did this. We meaning me earlier. This is like my favorite reverb. It's Bright Reflections. We're getting deep in here, guys. All right, so let's say this is awesome, and this is the most epic, amazing, flying through the forest thing you've ever heard in your entire life, right? Greatest bridge you've ever heard. On top of it. And for the hell of it, we're gonna copy this out. Like, let's say this is where you start considering things like, what do I want to take the time and experiment with? Do I want to try out a vocalist on this? Do I want to try out this on it? Do I want to? This is where it kind of comes up to you. Like, there's which direction you want to take it.
Quick question for you.
Of course.
A couple people are asking if, while you are writing and doing arrangement, if you work with anything on your master output, like a mastering plugin or compressor or limiter or anything like that.
Yes. Right now we have a limiter on, and that's what this is. All it really is it's a slight master, but I mainly just use it as like a hard limiter, adding some gain, because I'll get to this section. But where'd that go? Sorry. I don't like to work with it when I'm creating sounds and whatnot, like I just was there. Tisk, tisk. But I think it's a lot easier once you have the elements in place to kind of put a limiter on, which basically just for loudness, so it doesn't sound as quiet, and you can kind of put some pressure on some things and make things hit a little more, just to kind of make it louder so you can get it more into it and progress through the song. When you do that, though, especially when it's not even really mixed and you're just kind of making it loud, you're not going to get the clearest sound of what you're actually working with. So at times it could be a bad thing, but at certain times it definitely makes it louder, which could make you have more fun with it. I usually go off and on. My master starts out with a limiter on it, off, just to make it loud later on or whenever I want. Like usually when I mix or do anything, I'll turn it off, do the mixing, turn it on, and then kind of adjust, and then keep going back and forth until it sounds closer and closer to the same at each time. Which kind of brings me to the next part, now that I've made the best bridge of my life. Mixing. But let me just go over these points I want to make with arrangement before we move on. It really just kind of depends on how you feel elements carry throughout your whole song. This song does a really good job of having this one main bass, which is this. Kind of it starts out as an intro, kind of. It's literally carrying on the whole time, so it's like the beat is developing with this element. You just kind of got to feel comfortable at how well the things you want people to hear are presented to you. And that one part of that gets screwy is if you listen to the same part over and over and over again, you're going to forget how people are going to hear it the first time. And a lot of times, I'll be working on something quite a bit, and I'll be really, really stoked on it. And then I'll sit down with someone who hasn't heard it yet, and I'll play it to them. And then I'll hear everything wrong, because I'll hear it through their ears like I'm hearing it the first time. And I'll be like, oh, man, this is definitely not how I want to present these ideas to you. Like, it's half ideas and half presentation when it kind of comes down to that part of it. And that's something you got to think about the whole way, and at the very end especially. It's just, is your idea presented correctly? And that's something you could ask yourself. And if you say, yeah, of course it is, then pat on the back. Good job. You arranged your song efficiently. Mixing is probably the biggest deal. Early on in doing this stuff, mixing was the part I was the worst at, but I was really good at just making sounds and songs and whatnot without really thinking about too much about the mixing. And there's so many do's and don'ts with mixing, and mixing is one of those things like almost every single thing that we've talked about today, which is just going to take a lot of time for you to get good at. There's a bunch of things that could help you get better quicker and help you do better jobs on the things that you're probably not as good at now, like reference, sending it to friends, listening to other places, listening to music in your car, kind of just seeing how it sounds everywhere else. The goal is to kind of get it to sound the same everywhere you listen to it. And that's what the master does, makes it the same everywhere you listen to it, hopefully. So yeah, it's one of those things that you could have a whole lesson on. It's one of those things that that's what people do as a career. They just mix. They just mix. They're really, really good at mixing. So it just, again, it's one of those things that you can't like show you too much. You just kind of gotta be aware of it and just try and get better at it and as you go. And as your ears improve and just as you get used to, I'm saying that like I'm talking to everybody who's just starting out, but like, it's one of those things. And mix downs can be they can become very signature as well. Like if you're, the way you mix is unique, and you have like really unique mixes on your snares and kicks or something weird. It becomes like a part of your sound and your just, I don't know, everything. But some big things to look out for is just separation. Like you don't want your kicks to overlap with your sub. If you want your bass to cut through, or you want your snare to cut through your bass lines, you gotta EQ all that properly. And I made this point earlier where if your song is not loud enough and you're not listening to it at a loud volume, don't turn your master up. Don't turn things up, just turn your speakers up. It'll give you a way better sound. It'll sound better, it'll be more clear, and that's kind of the rule of thumb I use with all of mixing is don't turn the master up, just keep turning things down. Sometimes when I don't know why all these are so giant. we'll just stay on this view for now. Actually, we'll stay on this view because this is what we're talking about. A lot of times when I'm working on these or finishing songs and doing the mix downs, I'll be turning things down, and then everything will almost be too quiet, and I'll have to raise the volume of everything just to get it to that normal level again. Just to explain on how much I'll just adjust with faders. You can do a lot of mixing with just messing with your faders. You don't have to come in here and start doing all kinds of crazy compression or multi-compression, usually right at the bat. Like, you can usually improve a mix down so much just by moving with the faders and doing some slight EQing. Again, EQing gets really deep. All this stuff gets really deep. The nice thing about this song is it's pretty basic. You got a kick, get your sine stuff. The kicks and the sine meaning the sub bass. It's for my sub bass, I just use operator, and then I EQ. You can add some harmonics. Otherwise, it's just, you know, a little warmer. What I do on my sine as well is I'll add some white noise to it. Can't even really hear it. I like it because it just sounds kind of almost like it's warm almost, you know? A little bit of a warmer with just tricking your ears in a way. I like playing with white noise a lot. Another good thing white noise is used for in the mix process is you could put white noise over your snares and over your kick. You can kind of put white noise on anything. If you're good enough with it, you can kind of just trick ears to making things sound.
If you're listening to somebody else's mix, what's the first giveaway that somebody has no idea what they're doing?
Sounds muddy. Things aren't clear, you know? There's no separation. So much of my early catalog just has the worst mix downs ever, because I didn't know what I was doing. I was just making music, putting it out. And then I started learning about mix downs, and then took a lot of time kind of trying to understand that whole process. Red-Headed Low is the first album, or first set of material that I put out that I thought had like decent mix downs. Everything before that, I kind of didn't really know. I knew what I was doing, I just didn't have the right ways to look at it, you know? Like, there wasn't enough people saying the right things to me about my mix downs. They would just say things like, it's muddy, or like, this doesn't cut through, or whatnot, but they wouldn't like go back a few steps and be like, what's the mix down process overall, you know? And to me, just like let things, after learning about mix downs and whatnot, my whole sound kind of changed, and I got really into just letting things breathe and letting smaller sounds take up, see how much room I could make them take up with like little tricks I was learning along the way, like using reverbs and white noise and stuff just to fill frequency, but without adding elements, you know? I wasn't trying to add sound, I was trying to like just make sounds fill gaps, you know? And that's kind of what it is. And that's why I like to have spectrum analyzers on every single track, because you can see how that looks, you know? You can see what level your sub is to your kick. You know? And that's the most accurate way you're going to get that reading.
I think it's really interesting that you mix so much visually, whereas other people like Ale are like, I never do that, always my ears. You use your eyes a lot.
It's because I'm working in a non-treated room, you know? And that's like a next step I'm going to be taking in the future, is when I do my mix downs. I'll probably be in a studio, like a treated studio with some kick-ass monitors, and really dialing that in with my ears. Instead of in the past, I've just been using spectrum analyzers, which are good. Like, it's showing you like showing you what's coming out of it, but it's not. I think you know what point I'm trying to make. But yeah, mixing visually is something that is kind of it's something that everyone does, but it's pretty taboo at the same time. Like, it's not the best thing to do. Your ears will always be a little better to you. It's just that most of the time I'm not working in treated rooms with the most optimal monitors and stuff. So you just kind of like, you make do, you know?
I think it's so helpful though, like if you can't figure out what's wrong, if you're hearing a problem, but you can't figure out how to make it go away, like that's one of the things you taught me is, you know, putting a spectrum analyzer on there is a good way to maybe spot the problem. Then you use your ears to like, to dial it down and know when, you know, when it sounds right, but that helps you find it. Like, oh, there's a giant spike at, you know, 2400 or whatever. Okay, I probably need to fix that.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like the more and more you think about mix downs and go about doing them, the more you do them, the better you're going to get at them, the more comfortable you'll be with them. Every track is different too, especially most of my tracks will have much different mix downs throughout the whole thing, just because I'll switch up the styles a good amount. Another thing I think about with mixing a lot is the master. And the master is a pretty massive part of it, but also, how do I explain this? So subtle, but not at the same time. Like, when I have someone, I never master my own stuff. Since Redheaded Loke, nothing has been mastered by me. Usually I like to be in contact with whoever is mastering it. Most of my EPs have been mastered by my good buddy, who also taught me pretty much every key root thing I know about mixing, Tyler Blue, who's a sick producer, sick engineer. And his nickname is actually Spectrum, because he, for some reason, refuses to make music in anything besides iPod earbuds. I don't want to get into it, but that's the guy who taught me how to mix, the guy who makes it on iPod earbuds, but to each his own. And while I was doing all the mixes and whatnot, I was talking with him about that stuff. There should be a good relationship between the mix and the master and the in-between part. Like, you should mix things into your master, but not your master channel. I'm talking the master as far as someone mastering your song for them. And basically, when you get your stuff mastered, you take everything off your master, and I wish there was two different words for that. And you have something called a pre-master, which is usually just a really quiet form. I'm sure you guys are aware of pre-masters. And then you send it to someone, and they basically add gain, EQ, and other things that I don't know. I don't know too much about mastering. I've never really gotten too into it. It's something I've always wanted to be able to do, but I feel like I don't really want to know how to do it, because it's one of those things that someone else can do, and I enjoy that relationship with whoever is mastering it. It's kind of like someone else has put their own touches on it, but you're totally dictating everything that happens. And like how you could slam things, which basically means, and I don't like listening to music or dance music that's overly slammed. Sometimes I like it. I used to like it a lot more, but now I'm just like, especially my taste now, I want some air. I want to feel the dynamics. I want to hear the dynamics. And when you crank this up, you're totally destroying, you're getting rid of a lot of dynamics, but you're making it super loud. Oh. And now, so this is, actually.
Do you want to tell people real quickly what you're using here for the master?
This is Easy Mix. They have a whole pack called Mastering, and it's basically, we'll just go through it. All these different genres and all these different like pre-things for mastering. And this stuff is like, if you want it louder, don't slam this up. I wouldn't recommend having any of these all the way up. Just kind of like see where they're at. And this is really your big thing. this. This is your input gain. And that's what's increasing, that's what's giving you loudness, you know? And in a nutshell, that's kind of what a master is it's just giving your track loudness. And that's another reason why when you're mixing, you don't turn your master up, you turn your speakers up, because it will keep your things quiet, and dynamic, and airy, and chill, and then you can slam that to 11 later on.
Cam? Captain Morgan wants to know if you use Ozone by Isotope.
I don't. I know the plugin pretty well. I just never got it. Never got into the habit of using it. I'm perfectly happy with EasyMix. They have a ton of different things, and like they have all these. It's really easy I don't need to think about it that much. And I don't know. I use this on my metal stuff as well for the master.
Knowing you, like you know, I know Ozone fairly well, and it's really powerful, but it's also really complicated. And knowing you, you know, EasyMix is like you get good results like that, and that's kind of how you roll, rather than dealing with things with a lot of little options.
Yeah, like I think if I was using Ozone, I would still have someone master my own stuff. So at the end of the day, the finished product, it doesn't really matter. You know, I think if I was putting out like a one-track thing and I didn't want to go through someone else and I wanted to learn Ozone or learn the routes a little bit, you could do that, and I don't like to. I like that having someone else master my own stuff. I think it's good for the finished product as well. Like I've spent all the time mixing it. I don't want to sit there and master it as well. I think someone else's ears might have a more unique take, but even though you're kind of in so much control with your mix, so it's not like someone else is taking away from what you've been doing. They're just kind of, yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying.
Can I ask another question, Cam?
Of course.
Cute Curly wants to know, how do you know when something is overproduced, specifically when there's too much going on at any particular point in the track?
That's a lot of that is taste. I don't know. The more and more I produce, the more and more I like stripped down, simple sounds. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a million things going on.
What do you think about the idea that, like, you know, that something is overproduced or it's too loud, there's too much going on when your ears get tired after listening to it for a while?
When you're listening to just a track or something you're working on?
Like if you're listening to like a whole album or something in the car and your ears get tired after a couple songs?
How loud are you listening to it?
Well, I guess that's what I'm wondering is, like, you know, there's some albums I can turn it up to like 18 or 20 in my car and it still sounds awesome. Or like your stuff, like you made a big turning point on that where you could turn your stuff up super, super loud and it still didn't sound harsh.
Yeah. Again, that's why I like the more dynamic, the easier to listen to mixes. And you could still have like dance tracks have a lot of dynamic in it. There's a lot of dance tracks with not a lot of dynamic. I'm talking the mix and master part. There's a lot of simple tracks that are slammed, and I just think it takes away from that being able to turn it up really loud and listen to it over time, longer periods. Yeah, that's just my taste. Some people really like that, though. There's a lot of people that like that slammed sound. I'm just not partial. I like slamming stuff, just not slammed masters, you know? Make it slam, just not the master.
Slam that sickness.
Yeah, slam that sickness.
Cam, Chemist says, I didn't think it was possible, but I love this man even more now. Look at that. And he's going to shuffle some papers over here.
Again, like, this stuff just takes time. most of the content I've been going through isn't really genre specific at all, which is great for this because I'm not trying to lead you into a direction. I'm not trying to have you follow me or follow things I'm doing. I'm trying to like help you figure out how to do you better, you know? And that's really what I wanted to get through with this, is talking about the process, how I do it. You can learn a few things from my process, but don't have it impact your sounds or the way your style, or the way you want to like express yourself making music. So that was one of the big things I really want to get through. Is I'm not trying to teach you how to make a specific type of something. I'm just trying to help you move along with whatever you want to do, you know? And also share some things that if someone told me, or if I saw someone do a long time ago, it would have sped up my process a lot faster. And the more of us making quality stuff, the better. I don't know, let's get that, like the amateur, bad sounding dance music slimming and just making just better sonically sounding stuff, more thought put into things like, I don't know, your structuring and your overall presentation and your mix downs versus just like hopping on. You hear a new sound or something and you get really inspired and the sound is so fresh and new and there's so much room for like anything you pretty much do with the, like let's just use like trap for instance. Like it's so easy to get a hold of those sounds and just kind of like keep going. That's great and that'll push you along, but it's not going to help you develop you know? You might be making some cool tracks or whatever just because there's so much space for new content to be coming out when a new kind of style enters the realm of dance music. But that's not really what I'm trying to help you guys with. I'm trying to help you guys with the overall process. So when you're not into that style anymore, you can still progress. I think that was pretty obvious in this. If not, it should be by now. So yeah, let's do some questions and just kind of see where they go.
Okay, well, D-Rod asked if you can explain your mixdown process for your bass kick and snare channels.
It really depends on what else I'm working with. On the bigger tracks, I'll actually, on the bigger tracks, I'll use, you could take kind of like a multi-band tech. Let's do it over here. You'll find one kick, actually. I think it depends on what kind of song you're working with. If you're
D-Rod says, say for like house music, for example.
I don't know. It really depends. Like, there's a lot of house music that people will spend hours and hours and hours on kick drums. There's a lot of tracks and genres that are like based off the kick drum, and people will spend most of the time in the track making kicks. And there's a whole genres where people just spend weeks making one kick drum, and then they'll make the kick drum. That's one part of the process, and once the kick drum's made, they can start their track. I know hardstyle producers, that's what most of the pride is your kick drum. And yeah, it really just kind of depends, you know? But back to how I make kicks, or kicks more punchy or whatever, this is something I used to do a lot when I was working with more intense sounds, especially. Intense meaning just like a lot more is going on in the frequency part. Let's just use this. And this by no means is going to be a perfectly kick, you know. I'm just kind of showing my process to start it, you know, or just a way that you could look at it if you've never looked at it from this point of view. This kick is going to be your low end. This little piggy is going to be your mid-range. And this little piggy is going to be your high end. And with this, you can kind of easily control all the frequencies in your, and like, you would want to spend a lot more time getting this kind of down, but then you could do things like affect only certain parts without really messing up with your low end, you know? And you could affect this and this differently with all these plugins, or every plugin you could ever imagine. And yeah, there's multi-band plugins. There's like multi-band dynamics. There's a bunch of multi-band distortions. Multi-band basically just does this for you, but only in one plugin. You can't, not on its own chain like this. But if you want to do it like that, that's a good way to do it. And you can kind of, whatever. You can kind of just compress them all together at the end, you know? Just give them a little. So that's a way I would use to EQ kicks on that level. But obviously, all this stuff gets real deep.
I have a cue. So one of the maybe
it's going to come with the A.
Yeah, maybe you have an A. One of the things that was really helpful for me that you showed me a while back was like I guess you would call it gain structure, like as far as doing your like all your levels on your channels super low, and then throwing like the easy mix multi-band master on it.
Yeah.
Could you maybe walk through an example of that?
Yeah.
Because you know, not everybody out there is going to have the option of, you know, going out of house for a master, and I think this is a really good option for people to do it at home.
I'm gonna get to your cue, Finn. I'm gonna A your cue.
Hold on there, buddy. Pump the brakes there, boss.
Ugh. Sorry, guys. We're using this interface for this class, and a lot of the projects didn't really. But they all kind of changed. All these things from the virus, they're all set on in, so I can record them, and they all kind of sound strange. These all kind of have the gain structuring done. But let's just zero. Whoa. Whoa. Let's make them all the same. And this isn't making everything the same, like in these. This is turned down. That's going to stay turned down. This is just the things going to the master. This is something that in Ableton just works better, I found. I don't really know how to explain it, but in Logic, I had to like always mix so quiet. But in Ableton, it kind of produces, like it's almost kind of giving you a decent signal. Nothing's really peaking right at the back. Where in Logic, if I set everything to 0, yeah, see, anytime that hits red, don't put a limiter on it. Do some work. So we got everything off. Now we're just going to start turning things down. Like I said, you're going to achieve a lot with just moving faders around. Also, this is great for shelving. When you do this, that's not going to turn all that to 0. But if you do it like this, it adds 4 of them. You know, it's the same power as having this 4 times. So this laid on this it's like having 2 of them. So this is just like having 4 in one window. So that's just a useful thing that they added in Ableton 9 that I like. So we're still kind of loud, so let's turn all the structuring down. When you get it really quiet, you turn the master all the way up, it sounds great, right? But then you take the master away, you can kind of hear exactly what needs to be turned up. That's the kind of the things I'll go through when I'm doing my mixing, is I'll just spend like a good amount of time with just the faders and just kind of like switching out between this, see what the input gain, how it treats the mix, and vice versa, go back and forth. And then that's kind of where the process starts and ends. There's no, you just kind of get it to where you think it needs to be personally, and then.
How often, when you send stuff out to your guy to get mastered, how often do you have to remix based on the master?
Usually not much, because I have a good.
You know how to mix into his mastering chain now?
That is kind of a next level that I haven't really gotten to, where the relationship between the mixer and the master is so good, where you don't need to talk anymore. I just kind of explain how I mixed it and why things are where they are, and then just so they're aware of it when they're going into it, and then you kind of tell them where you want it to be, and they just.
Like you'll tell them like, this song's all about the snare. I want that to crack.
Yeah.
And come through everything else.
Yeah, and you can't. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, we'll send this stuff to get mastered, and they think that getting the snare to crack is a part of the mastering, and it is. But you can't just have like your snare crack. It's going to be your mix down, which is going to make the snare smash. But like a lot of my songs sound very different before and after mastering, but just different to me, you know, just because this is the thing I've been doing the whole time while making it, you know. And then when I tell them to do it, and they're doing more than just adding a bunch of input gain, it just they just know how to push things that I don't know how to push in the master, you know. And I just try and give them that room, and that's how I think about it. Just give them the room to do their things, to make it as full as they can make it, and that has a lot to do with you, you know. They can't make it really full if you don't give them if you're not working with them. What I'm saying.
For everybody at home, I'm glad that you are covering this because I think mastering is really hard to understand, but incredibly important part of getting a song that sounds good.
Yeah, and all this stuff gets so deep. Like, that's why I'm having a hard time explaining this stuff sometimes, especially in this last segment with the mixing and the mastering, is because just people base whole careers off mixing and mastering it just separately, and it's hard to put it in a mouthful, you know? Like when huge acts get their stuff mastered, it's like this big deal. Like it's like a whole nother process. They're in the studio. Every little thing is just like so accounted for, you know? It's just, the stuff gets deep, and it's good to know that it gets deep, but it's also good to not care that it gets deep and just kind of like, where are you at now, and focus on that and how to get to the next level, not to get to level 3,000 right away, you know? It's a marathon, not a sprint. How cliche.
And I know you're talking about not really having any one thing that you just want to be like, oh, always do this, always do that. Do you have any specific things like that you know that people deal with quite often when they're learning how to mix and master that you recommend against doing? Like putting limiters on everything like you were talking about, stuff like that?
Yeah. I think an easy thing to do in the beginning is just over-compressing all the time, just compressing all the time. I try and leave most of the compressing to the very end or little tiny bits along the way, you know? I'm trying to think of new mistakes I used to make all the time. I used to do this thing where I'd like, I would have like stuff so loud, and I would put limiters on the kick and the snare and submixes, and then I'd just have them at the same level in the fader, and I'd be like, sweet, those hit, and then I'd have like my sub, and like at the time I like to have my sub a little quieter than those. Now I like my sub louder than my kick and snare. That's all preference too. But I remember doing that and then having them like at 0-0 and be like, all right, everything's got to be. I know. Everything's gonna be under this, and I don't know. Just like it worked in my mind though. Like when I was thinking about it, it was like, oh, this makes sense. But like, no one explained what that was actually saying to me. You know, so that's. Kicks and snares, I always had like maxed out at 0. And this is quite a long time ago. Like, come a long way, guys. I feel like that's what I was saying earlier. Just now recently, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on what I'm doing. And even though I've been doing this stuff professionally for a lot longer, you know, that's just like a personal conscious thing of how you judge yourself and what stage you're at as a producer, what stage you're at as a mixing engineer, what stage you are at as a songwriting, you know, and that kind of goes back to trying to get them all to progress at the same time. And yeah, I've definitely had times where like my songwriting and my producing was way ahead of my mixing, and I just assumed they were the same thing, you know? But that's what you get when you don't know.
Cam, you want to do one final question?
Yeah.
All right, well, quite a few people have been asking about your use of the granular synthesis in Look Lovely, or just that sound. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. Yes. That whole song is like, all the bass sounds in that song were so recycled from like I would make I'd have like a source sample that I would sample, and then I would like continue to grow on that, and that's literally just like a year of working on bass sounds and saving them, and just kind of like, that song took a long time too. That was probably like one of those songs that took me the longest to finish, just because one of the big reasons was I went through my big mixing revelation when that song was already made. There's like a done version, and then I learned how to mix and kind of had to do the whole thing again. But there's a pretty sweet granular synthesis Max for Live thing that you can get on. I don't really know where it sits in here. I don't think I even have it. Yeah, I do. Maybe I didn't get it to work right away. That was probably it. But basically what granular synthesis is you take a sound and you play one part over really, really fast, and it makes a new sound over just that part repeating really, really fast. I think there's a plug-in Reactor called Prism. I think that's what it's called, and I use that on my track Smother, and that's what all those bass growls are from. It's just like that's really cool too. There's things I don't like about that plugin because you can't be as specific as you want with it. There's so many things that are going on where it's just like it's supposed to be like, I don't know. You just can't control certain aspects of it as well as I'd want to, and you just kind of get it to a spot where it picks 2 points between a part and just kind of goes back and forth, and I don't know. That granular synthesis gets deep, but the concept is really simple to understand. So it's a pretty good platform for sound design. You can make any kind of sound out of granular synthesis. You make pads, you make leads, you make crazy bass sounds. I don't know. It's awesome. You should check it out.
You're awesome.
Hey, that's my trick.
All right, well, I think that is a wrap for the day. Can't believe it's over.
Yeah, that's
Dang,
kind of
Cam.
strange. It's over.
All right, thanks again to all you guys watching. Thanks for joining us on CreativeLIVE. Thanks to you guys for joining us. And thank you to you, Cam. Awesome job today. Aw.
Thank you. Thanks to all you guys, and huge thanks to CreativeLIVE. Huge thanks for Finn. Kind of held my hand every step of the way, in a good, supportive way, not like a you're a wuss kind of way.
And a look at you fly now.
So
way.
I don't know.
Yeah?
This has gone real smooth. Thanks for everyone watching and whatnot. It's just a happy moment, you know.
Great.
So cheers.
Well, I am really happy with what we've shared with everybody today, and I'm glad that everybody at home got a chance to look over the shoulder of what somebody who makes their living off of producing this kind of music does every day. That it's not always tidy and orderly, and it doesn't always make sense, like it would if you're, doing this prepackaged tutorial where you download this preset and click here and do that, and then you end up with this. Sometimes you go like this a little bit, and you go, whoops, I guess we got to start over. You know, but they got to see that the stuff you're doing is probably pretty similar to the same stuff that they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, the real world is not tidy and orderly all the time, and they got to see, you know, how you solve the same kind of problems that they're dealing with.
Yeah, and I'm glad that there's now something like this online, because like I said earlier, there's most typical tutorials are either to get familiar with something or to produce a specific sound, but very few people like will have this huge chunk of time that we've had, which doesn't really seem like much as far as like what we're covering, but I feel like a lot of people don't talk about the important things with workflow and whatnot, and a lot of that is just like things that go on inside your head and how to learn how you are as a producer, and learning about like your personal stamina with how to read things over time, and that's some stuff that I didn't really start becoming aware of until this last year, when like I really got into a zone where I was able to like kind of tell before I was going to go into like a writer's block or something, and I just was able to learn about that and kind of be conscious of everything that was going through my mind and the creative process as well. And that's sometimes complicated and confusing because you don't really think about it so literally. And I just think it's neat that I'm able to come up here and just share what's going through my mind when I'm doing a lot of this stuff, and hope you guys can kind of relate to things and points I'm making and have it improve the way you make music.
Awesome. Well, I think they are. Someone named Hot in the chat room said, thanks to CreativeLIVE for doing this. It's very rare that you actually get to see a producer work pretty close to the real way he would in the studio or at his desk. Most tutorial videos just have the producer already knowing exactly what he or she wants to do and just going through the motions in a fairly scripted manner. This is the kind of thing I wanted when I was trying to intern for producers and electronic musicians. More of these with other producers and engineers would be great as well. Keep it off the cuff, unscripted. So pretty cool. This is CreativeLIVE unscripted. All right. Well, I like what you said about being able to look over Cam's shoulder and always having that. So that's pretty cool. This course is $49. You can actually look over Cam's shoulder as much as you want for $29. If you purchase the course today, this event, the price is only good during our live event, so the price will go up tomorrow to $49. If you've watched it, if you're excited about it like we are, if you've enjoyed it, purchase the course. You can have it forever. And the videos are segmented out, so you can basically watch the ones that are most important to you when they're important to you. So I think this has been great, Cam. I really want to have you back. I could listen to you all day. I think you're awesome, hilarious. Yeah, a little bit crazy, but awesome. So thanks again, Cam, for coming, and I hope that we have you back. And with that, everyone, that is a wrap. Thank you.